Chapter 23-21. Rock Emperor! Du Xiaofu didn't plan to hide his identity anymore. The people here didn't know him anyway, but he didn't plan to reveal his real name. Many people from the Sanli Kyushu had already entered the fearsome grounds. Who knew if there were others who had already entered the fearsome grounds? Rock Emperor, what a domineering name! Hearing that, Lu Mingma was very surprised. Such a name made people's hearts tremble. It was inexplicably domineering. Lin Pu and the other disciples of the Lin family village were also secretly moved. They just knew the name of this mysterious person before them. On the other hand, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in their eyes. They secretly sized him up, as if they didn't quite believe it. With Lu Mingma and the others accompanying him, no one came forward to disturb him. Then, Du Xiaofu learned a lot about the Divine Palace from Lu Mingma. Ahead of them was the Holy City, and the Divine Palace was located in the depths of the Holy City. There were very few people who could truly step into the Divine Palace. Many of the strongest people of the human race were there. The Divine Palace's examination was in the Holy City. The so-called examination was a test of one's talent, and potential. A powerful person of the human race had once left behind an examination stone. Communicating with the examination stone would reveal one's talent on it. Only a supreme genius could leave their name on it. As long as one became a supreme genius and left their name on it, they would be able to enter the Divine Palace and receive guidance and the best cultivation resources from the Divine Palace's experts. There is a ranking on the examination stone. There are only 1,000 places. My sister Lu Mingma has always been ranked first. Her name is known throughout the human race. Lu Mingma was very proud. That was his sister, the leader of the younger generation. She was a Nirvana Grandmaster. What kind of talent was she? Near the Holy City, there were a few large clans of the human race. The most revered were the 8 great clans. The Yu clan and the Sun clan were one of them. There was also the Jiang clan, Ji clan, Feng clan, Ren clan, Yao clan, and the First clan. The 8 great families were the strongest 8 great families in the human race. Rumor had it that there were super powerhouses in each of them. They were the 8 great mountains that defended the entire human race against the Beast Alliance. Not long after, Du Xiaofu saw the outline of a vast ancient city in front of him. Surrounding it was a mountain range filled with purple mist, faintly giving off an ancient aura. Talisman array, what a powerful talisman array! Before he even got close, Du Xiaofu already felt the existence of a powerful talisman formation. Once it was activated, it would probably be enough to turn the universe upside down. As they approached the outer region of the mountain range, they noticed that those of unknown origins were unable to enter. It was as if they were afraid that those from the Beast Alliance would sneak in. Even with Lu Mingma's status, he was still interrogated. However, it wasn't complicated and he was soon released. However, before entering the city, Lu Hongyu secretly said something to a young man beside her. The young man immediately left and did not follow the crowd. Finally, Du Xiaofu saw the ancient city. The towering city walls were erected on the surrounding winding mountains. It was over 1,000 feet tall and towered into the depths of the clouds. It was majestic and majestic. Clouds flowed and rays of light fluctuated. It was like a fairyland. The city walls were towering and the huge city gate was like a heavenly gate. The 2 words Sacred City were carved on it. There were even powerhouses guarding the city gate. After passing through the city gate, Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. This city was too huge. There were towering and majestic palaces everywhere. Those palaces were as huge as mountains. The densely packed palaces extended to the end of the line of sight. They clustered together to form this huge and majestic ancient city. It was as if it was towering above the clouds. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. Standing on the streets, one would look like an ant. This is the sacred city. Over the countless years, the almighty powerhouses of the human race had built it. This place is the sacred ground and lifeline of the human race. Normally, the supreme sky prides and the powerhouses of the various major families reside here. Only during grand occasions, the idle people are allowed to enter. Lu Mingma looked at the shocked faces of the crowd and explained to them. Such an ancient city was modeled and majestic. The continuous palaces were like undulating mountains. Multicolored light filled the air, and the clouds were rising. The vast and ancient aura in the city filled the air. It made people feel reverence for no reason. Lin Pu and the others had long wanted to kneel down and worship it, as expected of the sacred ground of the human race. You can't see it in the outside world. Du Xiaofu was impressed and amazed at this moment. Such a place was extraordinary. No wonder the younger generation of the human race in this fearsome land were not simple. In the ancient city, there was a bustling and lively atmosphere everywhere. It was bustling with activity. The densely packed buildings were mixed with some spiritual mountains. The scenery was beautiful and there was a universe inside. It made Du Xiaofu sigh. Such a place was not something that could be built overnight. It took too much effort. Only the entire human race could have such a place. It was not something that could be done by just one family or sect. Boom! The void trembled. A golden-robed man appeared directly in the sky above the sacred city and looked down at everyone. This golden-robed man was extraordinary and had an arrogant expression. Then, a streamer flew directly from outside the city and appeared not far away from the golden-robed man. The newcomer was a tall and slender man. His light red hair was suffused with radiance, and his eyes were as clear as the stars. His temperament was extraordinary, and he carried an extraordinary charm that was enough to cause ripples in the hearts of many women present. When the golden-robed man and the red-haired man appeared, their expressions were very calm. Their gazes swept across the street indifferently, causing the living beings below to feel an invisible pressure descend. They trembled inwardly, and for some reason, the noisy street fell silent. It's Ren Yuan from the Ren family and Ji Qianxing from the Ji family. On the street, some people whispered in shock. Their eyes were full of awe. They are young sovereigns. They are very powerful. The eyes of the crowd were full of yearning. They were two young sovereigns. They were young, but they had become top experts, surpassing countless of the older generation. Many young people who came to participate in the test felt the two invisible auras and could not help but feel frustrated. They were only here to take the test, but the two young men had become famous young sovereigns of the human race. Boom! Another person appeared. The void trembled as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood of the creatures on the street was surging. A streamer came rapidly. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it appeared in the void and stood opposite Ren Yuan and Ji Qianxing. It was another young man. Mysterious radiance flowed around his body. He was like the son of a god standing in the void. The mysterious and ancient aura filled the air. People could not help but want to bow down and worship him. It was impossible to see his real body clearly. He was shrouded in radiance and looked very mysterious. However, he was incomparably powerful. He was not inferior to Ren Yuan and Ji Qianxing. The aura emanating from this figure was vast, as if a peerless beast had arrived, causing people to tremble just by looking at it. Especially those eyes, they were like two rotating stars. It was very frightening. Yao Tianwu, the young sovereign of the Yao family! Someone exclaimed. It was another powerful young sovereign. Yao Tianwu, are you trying to prove something by making such a big commotion? Fancy things are useless. The golden-robed young man who appeared first spoke. He glanced at the hazy young man who was emitting a vast aura. Let's fight if you're not convinced. The radiance around the hazy young man faded, revealing a masculine face. His voice was calm, revealing an invincible confidence and calmness. Not now, but I'll make you lose. As soon as the golden-robed young man's voice fell, his figure directly swept into the depths of Sacred City. I'll be waiting. Yao Tianwu spoke. His skin shone and his long hair draped over his shoulders. A vague pressure filled the air, and then disappeared. Ji Qianxing did not speak. His figure streaked across the void and left. Du Xiaofu's eyes were looking at the void at the side. There was a fluctuation there. Two figures came together and instantly reached the void above. It was a man and a woman. The woman's figure was graceful, and her long dress fluttered in the wind. It was as if she was untainted by the world of mortals and was extremely moving. Her graceful and exquisite body faintly emitted a vast and invisible pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. The man was handsome and had a unique charm. Compared to Ring Yuan, Yao Qianwu and the others who had just left, he was even better. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. The man and woman were also Nirvana sovereigns. They were very powerful and had also reached the indestructible realm. Especially the young man, his aura was even stronger. Immortal and indestructible, a Nirvana paragon. Such a cultivation level and talent did not truly shock Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could only sigh in his heart. The overall prowess of the human race in this savage ground was much stronger than the 3 continents and 9 continents outside. Hopefully, after the opening of the eternal tomb, the energy of the heaven and earth would intensify. In the future, the prowess of the human race in the 3 continents and 9 continents would also increase gradually. The appearance of such a man and woman made people not dare to look at them directly. The man and woman only stayed for a short moment before they left. They were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Jian Yiting of the Jiang family, the number 1 hero of the first family, and 2 young supreme sovereigns. Looking at the extraordinary young man and woman flying across the sky, many people on the streets exclaimed. Some were envious, while others were yearning. However, many of the young people were shocked. They had just entered the Saint City and they had already seen so many young supreme sovereigns. Although some of them were of similar age, the difference was too great. Many of the young people were filled with confidence before they came. However, after seeing those young supreme sovereigns, they were extremely disappointed. Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others were also dispirited. Even though they were younger, they knew deeply that those young supreme sovereigns were not people they could compare to. The young people of the Lu family were similar in age to them, but they were much stronger than them. They're not weak. They can be compared to the top 10 young people of the Beast Alliance. Du Xiaofu compared these people to Qinglong, Xiao Gu, Xiao Yao, and the others of the Beast Alliance. You guys don't have to be sad. These young supreme sovereigns have been cultivating in the Saint Palace for a long time. As long as you guys can enter the Saint Palace, your cultivation will soar as well. You guys can follow in their footsteps and become strong. An old man consoled the young people beside him. Chapter 23-22. Ji Qianxing, the number 1 hero, Ren Yuan, Jian Yeting, and the other young supreme beings are not here for the examination. Their names are already at the top of the list. Their radiance is dazzling and shining in all directions. They are here for the position of the human emperor. Only supreme beings are qualified to obtain the position of the human emperor. We are very lucky this time to witness the birth of a new human emperor. Discussions continued in all directions as they sighed in shock. What's so great about that? If my sister was not seriously injured, how could these guys be her opponents? Lu Mingmo muttered. He was very unhappy. If his sister was not injured, everything would be different. None of these people could be compared to her. Du Xiaofu did not care. He was not interested in the position of the human emperor. As long as he could enter the sacred palace to comprehend, he hoped to find an opportunity to advance further and step into the middle stage of the sage realm. After the number 1 hero, Jian Yeting, and the others left, Lu Mingmo continued to lead the crowd. Only supreme beings like the number 1 hero could fly in the void. They could not do so as they did not have that qualification. On the streets, there was a sea of people. Experts were as common as clouds and geniuses were gathered. Du Xiaofu saw many extraordinary young people. There were even teenagers who were already at the peak of the martial venerable realm. On the streets, Du Xiaofu did not dare to release the power of his primordial spirit. However, he could feel many supreme beings and sighed inwardly. After passing through more than half of the ancient city, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by a vast plaza. Although it was called a huge mountain, it was suspended in the void. The peak of the mountain seemed to reach into the sky. It was incomparably mystical. It was 10,000 feet tall and emitted a dazzling light. It was located in the center of the plaza. The mountain had 8 directions. 8 bluestone steps connected to the peak. It was magnificent and majestic. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the plaza, his soul trembled. The plaza was supported by a huge talisman array. The mountain was filled with an ancient aura. The square was already filled with a sea of people, densely packed. There were many extraordinary auras. Experts were as common as clouds and geniuses were gathered. This was an absolutely grand occasion. Brother Rock Emperor, we are here. That is the examination stone. Lu Mingmo raised his hand and pointed at the floating mountain in front of the crowd. He said to Du Xiaofu, "This is the testing stone. How do you test it?" Du Xiaofu was very surprised. He began to carefully size up the examination stone. At this moment, many figures were soaring into the sky and climbing up the bluestone steps that led to the peak of the mountain. But strangely, some people directly vomited blood and fell to the ground before they could even step onto the bluestone steps. There were also figures covered in light, activating their martial veins. They found it difficult to advance even an inch in the middle of the bluestone steps, and figures kept falling down. This was left behind by the almighty ancestors of the human race. As long as you can reach the peak of the mountain and carve your name in blood on the heaven ranking, then communicate with the heaven ranking. As long as you can leave your name on the heaven ranking, you can become a supreme genius. Those who emit golden light are supreme geniuses, and those who emit purple light are supreme geniuses. Lu Mingmo explained to Du Xiaofu. He pointed at the distant peak of the mountain. There was a dazzling radiance there, as if divine splendor was pervading the air and illuminating the blue dome of heaven. He revealed a bit of complacency and said, "Look over there, that is the heaven ranking. 999th, the second from the bottom." Damn, how did my name drop to the bottom? While speaking, Lu Mingmo's gaze was very helpless. He was obviously 999th, but now he had dropped by 1 place and was the first from the bottom. However, Lu Mingmo did not care too much about his ranking. He continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. "At the top, the most dazzling radiance is my sister's name. She is number 1 on the heaven ranking." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. The heaven ranking was a huge stone tablet, standing tall on the peak of the mountain. Or rather, this stone tablet was the peak of the mountain. The surrounding ancient talisman patterns were emitting radiance. On top of it, there were 1,000 names flickering with splendor. The last name was Lu Mingmo, emitting a golden radiance. And at the highest position, there was a row of purple radiance like divine splendor, illuminating half of the blue dome of heaven. There were the 3 words Lu Mingmo, shining with purple radiance, like a purple sun in the sky. It made people feel as if there was a pressure descending upon them. "Look, those are all supreme geniuses. As long as you can leave your name on it, you can stay in the sacred palace to cultivate. Lu Mingmo Yuli, the number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Jian Yating, Ji Qianxing, Feng Wuche, their names are the most intense and dazzling. They are all supreme geniuses." The plaza was abuzz with discussions. Everyone was excited and yearning. Du Xiaofu also saw Yu Ming's name on the stone tablet. It was only second to Lu Limo, followed by the number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Jian Yating, Ji Qianxing, and so on. There were a total of 50 to 60 names, and all of them were emitting a purple divine light. They were sparkling and represented supreme talents, surpassing those of heaven's chosen. Sigh, so many people have failed. It is harder to pass the test and leave your name on the heaven ranking than I imagined. They are all supreme geniuses, but if they can't cover the last place on the heaven ranking and leave their name on the heaven ranking, they won't be able to enter the sacred palace to cultivate. On the giant mountain, on the 8 bluestone steps, young men and women were constantly vomiting blood and falling down. The elders and seniors behind them were sighing with regret. It is not easy to leave your name on the heaven ranking. If your talent is not enough, you will not even be able to get close to the heaven ranking. Lu Mingmo raised his head. He was already very happy to be last on the heaven ranking. With so many young people taking the test, it was easier said than done to squeeze out others to leave their name on the heaven ranking. Can everyone take the test? Lin Yao asked Lu Mingma. She was a little shy and did not dare to look directly at Lu Mingma. Of course, the test is free. As long as you can enter the heaven ranking and leave your name on the heaven ranking, you will be able to communicate with the heaven ranking. If you can leave your name on the heaven ranking, you will have succeeded and can stay in the sacred palace to cultivate. Lu Mingma said to Lin Yao. Is the test related to one's cultivation level? Lin Yao was a little bolder. She was curious and wanted to know more. This is purely a test of talent and potential. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. However, this test stone can only be used by the younger generation. The older generation cannot leave their names. Lu Mingma was very patient. He did not have any arrogance and appeared to be very approachable. Du Xiaofu heard this and was also very interested. He wondered how his talent was. However, Du Xiaofu was very confident that he could enter the heaven ranking. He did not know what the test stone was for. What was the difference between the spiritual roots of Hisan Kyushu and the haze? In the San Kyushu, talent was usually tested based on spiritual roots and martial veins. They were divided into outstanding human, human king, human emperor, and human sovereign. Above human sovereign, there was the sovereign talent. They were known as the sovereign of men. However, the talent ranking outside was only tested based on spiritual roots and martial veins. Du Xiaofu sized up the test stone in front of him. It seemed that it was not only testing spiritual roots and martial veins, but also testing potential. It was much more mysterious and complicated. The vast square was in an uproar. A few young people were eager to try. They all wanted to pass the test to see if they had the talent of a sovereign. However, it was very difficult. There were many people who entered the sacred city to take the test, but those who succeeded were very rare. Brother, you have been pushed down from the heaven ranking. Suddenly, Lu Yuma spoke. Her eyes were shining. Her name was ranked 58th. She was emitting a dazzling purple light. She was the sovereign talent. Who is this guy? Lu Mingma felt very helpless. He could only watch helplessly as his last place on the heaven leaderboard disappeared and was replaced by his second place from the bottom. On the heaven ranking, in the 736th place, there was a name called Shi Qiong. It was especially bright and dazzling. Shi Qiong passed the test and her talent ranking directly stood at the 736th place. Originally, the 736th ranking was pushed back by one place. All the other rankings were also pushed back. Because of this, Lu Jingmao's last place directly fell down. This made Lu Mingma very helpless. He was originally on the heaven ranking, but now he had fallen down. Tomorrow is the last day. I will re-enter the heaven ranking. Immediately, Lu Mingma was very confident that he would re-enter the heaven ranking. The examination stone can be used for the test at any time? Du Xiaofu asked Lu Mingma curiously. That's not it. Recently, the entire younger generation of the human race came to the sacred city to take the test. The examination stone can be used for the next few days. Normally, the examination stone will be here, but it will only be opened once every 3 months. The sovereign talents who are cultivating in the sacred palace can be re-examined to see if their ranking has improved. However, the ranking of the sovereign talents at the front will not change. Their ranking is unshakable, Lu Mingma said. Come on, you must pass the test. AI, just a little bit more and we will be able to get the examination stone. The square was very lively. Many young people were constantly going to take the test. Shouts gathered and some were regretful. Many young people came to the sacred city for the first time. They were in high spirits and eager to try. They all wanted to leave their names on the heaven ranking. They wanted to bloom in the sacred city and become one of the sovereign talents. My name will definitely be on the heaven ranking. Among the crowd, a well-built young man directly soared into the sky. Mysterious talisman patterns gushed out from the soles of his feet. He directly landed on a bluestone staircase. His body was shining brilliantly like a burning flame. This young man was not simple. He easily climbed to the top of the mountain and arrived in front of the stone tablet. Using his index finger as a pen, he wrote his name in blood. Then, he communicated with the examination stone. Boom! The void trembled. The heaven ranking's radiance overflowed into the sky. Just below Lu Yunma, at the 59th position, there was a purple brilliance blossoming like the sun. A name glittered and flickered. The whole square changed color. Purple radiance. This was a sovereign talent. That young man did it. He left his name on the heaven ranking in one go and shook the whole square. He has a sovereign talent, and is very powerful. I wonder where he comes from. He is Lujiang City's Xiaoho Chang'an. His name has already shaken Lujiang City. Discussions were everywhere. The whole square was shaken. Many girls were looking at that young sovereign talent with shining eyes. Young man, can you go to the first family as a guest? This little brother is very talented. My Yao family is not far from here. Can you go and have a seat? My Yao family is willing to provide you with the cultivation resources you need. When that young man walked down from the examination stone, many people immediately surrounded him. Their faces were full of sincerity, hoping to rope him in. That Xiaoho Chang'an has a sovereign talent. He is destined to have a boundless future. He will be roped in by many big families. These big families hope to rope in young sovereigns to strengthen their own power. Lu Yunma said in a low voice, as if she was talking to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu did not find it strange. A sovereign talent had a boundless future. Naturally, they would be invited and roped in by all kinds of forces. When these young sovereigns grew up one day, they would be a great help to these big families. Boom! Boom! The examination stone trembled continuously. The heaven ranking lit up. 2 rays of golden light dazzled. Another 2 names appeared on the heaven ranking. 2 geniuses passed the examination and left their names on the heaven ranking. There were people succeeding one after another, which stimulated all the young people present to go up the examination stone one after another. However, soon after, many people vomited blood and fell down. Their faces were pale as they smashed into the square. They were disappointed. Most of them did not even have the qualifications to set foot on the top of the mountain. You guys go. See if you can leave your names. Du Xiaofu said to Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and Lin Zhu. He agreed to the old village chief's request to bring these 3 people for the examination. He hoped that they could enter the sacred palace. Hearing this, Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and Lin Zhu were excited, nervous. On the way here, they had a lot of expectations. However, after arriving at the sacred city, they saw too many sovereigns. Compared to them, they were very dim. Examination, give it your all. Lin Yao stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with light. She led Lin Pu and Lin Zhu across the square and towards the examination stone. The 3 of them landed on the bluestone steps. The young people of the Lu family were all waiting for the results. The old man of the Lin family was extremely nervous. He held his breath and waited. Unfortunately, Lin Yao and the other 2 young people walked up the bluestone steps. After a few steps, Lin Zhu vomited blood and fell down. Lin Pu also fell down halfway up the mountain. Lin Yao's body was covered in light. She activated her martial veins. However, she could only reach the stone tablet. Then, she could no longer support herself and fell down. The disciples of the Lu family were not surprised by the failure of Lin Yao and the other 2. Every young man who came to take the test was a genius chosen by the various forces, and they were all outstanding talents. However, how many of them could pass the examination? We failed. The old man of the Lin family was shocked. His eyes were dull and tears flowed out. The Lin family had sacrificed too much for hundreds of years to be able to come for the examination. However, today, the juniors of the Lin family finally reached the examination stone. However, they failed and did not pass the examination. This was not only the failure of the 3 young people, but also the failure of the entire Lin family village. However, the Lin family village did not have the time to wait for the next opportunity. I'm sorry. We failed. Then, Lin Yao, Lin Pu, and Lin Zhu returned. Their faces were pale and their eyes were dim. The three of them knew how much the Lin family village had sacrificed to be able to reach the examination stone. Today's update. Chapter 23-23. They carried the hopes and hopes of the entire village, and everyone in the village was still waiting for the results. But now, they had failed. This test was far more difficult than they had imagined. It's all right, there are still other opportunities to become strong. The old man from the Lin family village squeezed out a smile, comforting Lin Yao and the other two. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu, and asked with his last hope. Sir, has Lin Feng arrived? When will the test end? Du Xiaofu did not answer the old man first, but asked Lu Mingma instead. It ends tomorrow night, Lu Mingma said. Don't worry, Lin Feng will make it. Du Xiaofu replied to the old man from the Lin family village. On the testing stone, there were still many young people going up for the test. Why is it so difficult? Is there a problem with the testing stone? A young man who had failed fell, his face pale, and asked. He was very confident, but he had failed. This made him unable to accept this result. This testing stone was left behind by an almighty human ancestor. For countless years there has been no problem. As long as your talent is enough, you will be able to leave your name. An old man reprimanded. The testing stone would not have any low-level problems. It was left behind by an almighty human ancestor. Brother Rock Emperor, didn't you want to be tested? Lu Mingma asked Du Xiaofu. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma also looked at Du Xiaofu. They knew this guy was strong, but sometimes, strength and talent were not purely related. The testing stone's talent came from martial veins, spirit roots, potential, and even bloodline and bone structure. It did not have much to do with one's cultivation level and strength. It was purely testing one's talent, and potential. Oh! Suddenly, a beast roared like thunder from far away in the square. From above the void, there were demonic beast mounts crossing the void, shaking the void. The densely packed figures in the square all changed their expressions, and their gazes suddenly gathered. In an instant, ferocious beasts roared like thunder. A large number of ferocious demonic beast mounts arrived, and appeared in the void outside the square, exuding a terrifying aura. The mounts of these demonic beasts were all different. There were vicious birds that spread their wings, and their bodies were like dark clouds that pressed down from the sky. There were vicious beasts that were malevolent, and they towered like small mountains. On the mounts of these demonic beasts, there were many figures in black armor, emitting a sharp and terrifying aura. Instantly, the bustling square became silent. Those who were not strong enough directly trembled. The ferocious bird in the lead spread its wings, and numerous figures were suffused with light. They were like numerous stars that had descended, and the halos around them were like brilliant suns that were dazzling to the point of being unable to look directly at them. It caused the space to sparkle with light, and it was as if gods had descended. It's the Black Cavalry! You Tians of the Yu family, Yu Jigang! At this moment, the expressions of the experts from the various clans and powers changed as they watched from the sidelines, their eyes filled with doubt. Boom! Hundreds of top-notch experts from the Black Cavalry Corps had arrived. In addition to the godlike experts in the lead, such a terrifying aura shook the heavens and shocked everyone present. Even the younger generation that was testing the stones on the bluestone steps had temporarily stopped moving forward. They were all stunned. They're from the Yu clan. Lu Mingma's expression also darkened, and he frowned slightly. He recognized that they were from the Yu clan. That aura had filled the air, and the Yu clan had definitely sent top-notch experts. Who dares to kill the Black Cavalry Corps? Who dares to kill the Yu clan? Stand out! Stand out! Amongst the numerous figures that were dazzling like the sun, a loud shout like this resounded through the entire square like a thunderclap. It rumbled and reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble, and the voice contained boundless majesty. What's going on? Who dares to kill the Black Cavalry Corps and the Yu clan? Such a shout reverberated, and people immediately began to discuss. This was the Holy City. Who would have the guts to kill the Black Cavalry Corps and the Yu clan? Yu Tianzi and Yu Jigang have come in person. I'm afraid the ones who died are not ordinary people from the Yu clan. Among the various powers, some people secretly pondered, waiting to see what would happen. Lin Yao, Lin Pu, Lin Zhu, and the others from the Lin family village had extremely solemn expressions. Although they knew that the Rock Emperor was extremely powerful and unfathomable, the Yu clan had sent more and more experts, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the hundreds of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps in the air. When his gaze landed on the several figures on the ferocious bird, a trace of coldness silently surged out of his eyes. Du Xiaofu would never forget one of them. He was dressed in bright clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. It was the person who had slapped him off the cliff in the Yu clan. He was at the Master Realm, but his aura was clearly stronger than the vice-domain chief of the Yu clan's Black Cavalry Corps whom he had just killed. Half-saint! Beside that old man, there was another old man. He had long white eyebrows, but his complexion was ruddy. He wore a gray robe with patterns on it, and the aura he leaked couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's probing. He was a half-saint, and he was already one step away from the saint realm. It was only a half-saint, so Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to him. The Yu clan wouldn't give up. This was within his expectations. In Du Xiaofu's imagination, the Yu clan seemed to have arrived a little late. The entire place was silent. Many of the figures in the square were trembling. They didn't dare to speak, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. What's wrong? You don't dare to stand out? You can't hide. Get out here! Seeing that there was no movement in the square, the thunderous shout spread out once again with a huge pressure. The person who spoke was the old man from the Yu clan. It's a little troublesome. It's Yu Tianzi from the Yu clan. It's rumored that he's about to reach the Saint Realm. There's also Yu Jigang from the Yu clan, Yu Ming's fourth uncle. He's a Master Realm expert. Lu Mingma transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. The expressions of Lu Yinma, Lu Hongyu, and the other Lu clan disciples changed. It's none of your business. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he spoke to Lin Pu and the others. Then, he smiled at Lu Mingma and said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed under Du Xiaofu's feet, and his figure soared into the sky. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's voice was also faintly heard, but it clearly echoed in the vast square. It seems that there are quite a lot of people from the Yu clan. Are they here to die again? Du Xiaofu knew very well that the Yu clan's people were here to find him. There weren't many of them, and he didn't plan to hide. Everything was within his expectations. Whoosh whoosh, countless gazes followed the voice in an instant, and immediately fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Along with many obscure auras, they immediately enveloped Du Xiaofu's body as if they wanted to pry into something. Hundreds of Black Cavalry Regiment's experts and demonic beast mounts also fixed their gazes on Du Xiaofu's body. Their auras surged, and the void rumbled. At this moment, when Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, Yu Jigang's face was gloomy. His cold gaze fell on Du Xiaofu's body as if he was extremely angry. He revealed an extremely cold smile and said, Good, good, so you dared to kill my Yu clan's people. Boy, no matter who you are, you will definitely regret it. So what if you're from the Yu clan? I've killed many of your people, but I don't have any regrets. Du Xiaofu said, looking at Yu Jigang with a faint chill in his eyes. Who is this young man? He dared to kill the Yu clan and the Black Cavalry Regiment's people? What's going on? Where did this young man come from? He seems to be quite arrogant. He actually doesn't put the Yu clan in his eyes. He's too arrogant. Some people whispered. They were very puzzled, but also very curious. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Jigang's gloomy face gradually turned ashen. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a sinister gaze and said, Boy, my Yu clan will make you beg for death. You're dead. The Yu clan is really angry. Yu Jigang's Hindustani words caused an uproar in the square. The consequences of the Yu clan's anger were definitely not trivial. Facing Yu Jigang, Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change. His expression was normal as he said indifferently, "Don't use the Yu clan to threaten me. If you piss me off, I'll kill one on sight, two on sight." "Good, good, I hope your strength is as arrogant as your words." Yu Tian's voice was low, but it made people tremble, like the beating of a heavenly drum. His white eyebrows twitched, and his old face looked somewhat ferocious. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone who didn't put the Yu clan in his eyes. The square trembled. Many people didn't know what was going on. They secretly looked at each other in dismay. Listening to the conversation, it seemed that the young man had killed many people from the Yu clan. Now, the Yu clan had dispatched experts to deal with him. What does the Yu clan want to do? This is the holy city. Lu Mingma's figure flew out. Under the nervous and helpless gazes of Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu, he directly went to Du Xiaofu's side. He looked at Yu Jigang and Yu Tianzi and said, "I saw it with my own eyes. The Yu clan led the Black Cavalry Corps to kill this brother of the Rock Emperor. In the end, they were killed by the Rock Emperor. Even if the Rock Emperor needs to be punished, it should be the Holy Temple who makes the decision, not the Yu clan." Lu Mingma's words immediately made Yu Jigang and Yu Tianzi's expressions change. When they saw Lu Mingma, the densely packed crowd in the square, including many people from the surrounding major forces, were secretly in an uproar. "Is it the Lu family's Lu Mingma? That guy only knows how to stir up trouble in the holy city. He shares the same mother as Lu Limo and Lu Yunma. However, his talent is vastly different from Lu Limo's. Even if he is compared to Lu Yunma, he is still far from being comparable to Lu Yunma. Lu Mingma seems to only know how to idle around. If it wasn't for Lu Limo's face, I'm afraid many people would be unhappy with him. Lu Mingmo really only knows how to stir up trouble. He's causing trouble for the Lu clan. If it wasn't for his sister Lu Limo, I'm afraid the Lu clan would be in big trouble." "Lower your voice. I heard that the young sovereign of the Yu clan, Yu Ming, is going to marry Lu Limo. They are a match made in heaven. In the future, the Yu clan and the Lu clan will be one family." Chapter 23-24. Lu Mingma's appearance made Yu Jigang and Yu Tianzi's expressions change subtly. They had already received news that Lu Mingma of the Lu family seemed to be together with that young man. Yu Jigang looked at Lu Mingma, his eyelids twitching. "Nephew, the Yu family and the Lu family are going to be one family soon. Don't be used by outsiders. Who's going to be one family with you? Brother Peng is my brother. Even if my brother killed the Black Knight Corps, he would be handed over to the Divine Temple to be judged. Your Yu family can't do that," Lu Mingma said. Although the vast aura was suppressed and made him tremble, he still gritted his teeth and puffed out his chest. Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Mingma beside him and was a little surprised. This guy's talent was not as good as Lu Limo's, but he was loyal. He was much easier to get along with than Lu Limo. "This kid Lu Mingmo's cultivation is not good, but he has some guts." Lu Limo's words immediately attracted many praises from the crowd. Some people even applauded. This kind of guts was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. There were not many people in the Divine Temple who dared to challenge the Yu family for an outsider. Hearing Lu Mingma's words, Yu Jigang's expression became extremely ugly. Although he did not think much of Lu Mingma, he had to take him into consideration. The Lu family and the Yu family were going to be married soon. If the Lu family and the Yu family were to fight at this time, it was definitely not something he wanted to see. At that time, there would be side issues arising from the marriage. He could not bear the responsibility. The marriage between Lu Limo and Yu Ming was the most important matter for the Yu family. The relationship behind it was too big. However, many of the Yu family's experts were killed. It was equivalent to slapping the Yu family's face. Moreover, the matter of the Lin family village was ordered to be resolved by the higher-ups. It was impossible for Yu Jigang to just let it go. Provoking the Yu family, killing experts of the Yu family, and the remnants of the Lin family village could not be let go of. The younger generation of the Lu clan does have some temper. It's just that their strength is a bit lacking. While Yu Jigong's expression was gloomy, Yu Tianzi opened his mouth and looked at Lu Jimo. His eyes were dazzling and contained a vast amount of pressure. That invisible qi was like 100,000 mountains collapsing. He then said, "Step down. Today's matter isn't something you can mess around with. Otherwise, I can only ask the elders of the Lu clan to properly teach you a lesson." The formless aura was too vast. Lu Mingmo's body seemed to be under heavy pressure in an instant. He trembled, his face turned pale, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. "Brother Mingmo, this matter has nothing to do with you. I will settle it myself." Du Xiaofu spoke. His figure took a step forward, and from within his body, an invisible aura spread out. Lu Mingmo immediately returned to normal, and the invisible crushing force disappeared without a trace. "This matter has nothing to do with the Lu clan. Why do you have to bully the young? With your age and cultivation, you secretly attacked the young people of the Lu clan. The Yu clan is really shameless." After that, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Yu Tianzi. His tone was neither salty nor light. At this moment, Yu Tianzi was secretly moved. He could feel that this kid was not ordinary. He was definitely not simple. Was he really from the Lin clan that was about to be completely destroyed? "Kid, you are very arrogant!" Yu Tianzi sneered and stared at Du Xiaofu. He then said, "Since I started cultivating, there has never been anyone who dared to be so arrogant towards the Yu clan. You are the first. That's because you are too arrogant. The Yu clan is nothing!" Du Xiaofu sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. His shirt was a little damaged from the last battle. His long hair was slightly swaying in the wind, and his eyes were sharp. Good. You are really arrogant and don't know what is good for you." Yu Tianzi sneered and stared at Du Xiaofu. His old face was completely cold. He said, "I will give you two choices. First, you will be captured without a fight. Second, I will kill you on the spot." Hearing Yu Tianzi's words, Lu Mingmo had no intention of letting him go. Yu Tianzi was an expert of the sage-to-be level. Lu Mingmo's face was dignified. Even if the strongest ancestor of the Lu clan came out, he would at most be on par with Yu Tianzi. Moreover, Lu Mingmo clearly knew that Yu Tianzi was nothing in the entire Yu clan. The Yu clan was too strong. As he gazed at the cold and gloomy expression on Yu Tianzi's old face, Du Xiaofu merely smiled faintly. He gently shook his head and said, "Surrender without putting up a fight. These words do not seem to exist in my life." Yu Tianzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He sneered and said, "Then you can only choose the second choice." Du Xiaofu shook his head at Yu Tianzi. A trace of arrogance flashed across his resolute face. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile and said, "To be honest, with your strength of the sage-to-be level, you are not qualified to kill me. I will choose the third choice." "You don't have a third choice. No matter what you choose, I am afraid that no one will be able to save you today." Yu Tianzi's face was extremely cold. The corners of his eyes were twitching. He was a sage-to-be expert, and he was one step away from the same martial realm. However, he was being looked down upon by a junior. How could he not be angry? He turned his monstrous anger into killing intent and suppressed it in the depths of his heart. In his heart, Yu Tianzi was sure that this arrogant kid would die in a moment. "I choose to test my talent. This is the reason why I have come here." Du Xiaofu smiled. His figure flashed like lightning and directly swept towards the mountain-like testing stone. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that a big battle was inevitable. That young man had dared to kill the experts of the Yu clan and didn't put Yu Tianzi, Yu Jiegang, and the other experts in his eyes. They were afraid that a big battle would occur. No one had thought that the young man would suddenly choose to test his talent. This unforeseen event had come a little too quickly. This was like two armies fighting. The war drums were beating together, and the arrow was already knocked on the bow. However, one side had suddenly stopped the drums and turned around to leave. It was really hard for people to come back to their senses. Everyone was stunned. Lu Mingma and the people of the Yu clan were also stunned. They were somewhat absent-minded and didn't know how to respond. Yu Tianze and Yu Jigang were also stunned. While they were stunned, Du Xiaofu's figure had already arrived on the bluestone steps. "Humph, then let's see how good your talent is," Yu Tianze snorted. Although he was a little surprised that the young man hadn't come to the holy city to test his talent, he was also a little curious at this moment. He could feel that the young man called Emperor Rock was not simple, so he also wanted to know how good his talent was. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu landed on the bluestone steps, he immediately felt a huge crushing force enveloping him. This crushing force was different for people of different cultivation levels. The stronger the person, the stronger the crushing force. It was unavoidable. Soon, Du Xiaofu understood that this was a comprehensive test. It was a test from the foot of the mountain to the top. If one's talent wasn't good enough, they wouldn't be able to reach the top. However, this crushing force had no effect on Du Xiaofu. Back in the sealed ancient land of the central continent, the purple lightning profound cauldron's test could also directly reach the top. Soon, under the gaze of everyone present, Du Xiaofu directly leaped to the top of the mountain and arrived at the dazzling stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was a blank space in a corner. The space that was inscribed with blood could communicate with the testing stone to test one's talent. If one's talent wasn't good enough, everything would disappear. On the other hand, one's name would be left on the heaven roll and illuminate the holy city. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. He also wanted to know how good his talent was. This wasn't a simple test of spiritual roots and martial veins, but a comprehensive test. Soon, Du Xiaofu used his index finger as a pen and a faint golden light spread out. However, Du Xiaofu intentionally concealed the aura of the golden-winged rock clan. Otherwise, the appearance of this supreme blood would be enough to shake the holy city and cause a phenomenon. Emperor Rock! Du Xiaofu engraved this name. The golden blood's aura was concealed, but it still spread out a golden light. He's actually called Emperor Rock. How arrogant! Someone exclaimed. The name Emperor Rock itself was domineering and made people exclaim in admiration. How could an ordinary person dare to use such a name? Du Xiaofu engraved his name and stretched out his hands. His 5 fingers spread out and landed on the ancient stone tablet. Instantly, Du Xiaofu felt mysterious talisman runes gushing out from the stone tablet. They flowed into his body through his hands and flowed into his meridians, acupoints, bones, and blood vessels. These talisman runes were very mysterious. They carried an invisible force that could allow one to enter a state of emptiness. Everyone held their breaths and waited. All eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, waiting for the result. What kind of talent did this arrogant and mysterious young man have that he dared to challenge a half-saint expert of the Yu clan? This would be the first test. Boom! Amidst the silence, a trembling sound suddenly resounded through the void like a sudden clap of thunder. It shook the entire vast holy city and shook the firmament. Under everyone's watchful eyes, rays of light rose from the heaven ranking like 10 blazing suns. The aura was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, vast and mighty in the ancient firmament. An unprecedentedly vast aura spread out from the stone tablet and rushed into the depths of the firmament. Everyone's eyes trembled. Countless creatures inexplicably shivered, and their souls couldn't help but tremble. On the heaven ranking, a dazzling purple-gold light rushed out with an unparalleled momentum. It directly rose on the heaven ranking like a hot knife through butter, crushing all the rankings below it. Rumble! At this moment, the void rumbled as if the sound of heaven was resounding. Above the void, a dazzling light shone on the heaven ranking, and a vision appeared in the sky. The entire holy city was shaking. The sound of heaven was endless, and a mysterious and vast aura spread out in the air. Everyone trembled, and their souls trembled. They wanted to worship it. At this moment, in this ancient holy city, a powerful and obscure aura was cast over. Chapter 23-25. Why is there such a phenomenon? What's happening? someone couldn't help but exclaim. It was too shocking to see such a phenomenon. Rock Emperor! The purple gold light was as dazzling as lightning, but there were still experts who recognized it. It was the Rock Emperor's name. In an instant, it had crushed the heaven leaderboard and reached the first place, suppressing the unshakable Lou Limo's name. The purple gold light was too dazzling, and the entire testing platform was shaking violently. There were still many young men and women on the green stone steps, but now they fell one by one. They felt an aura that they couldn't coexist with. It was as if there was a supreme being here, and they weren't fit to be in the same group. In the Lou family's secret chamber, Lou Limo, who was sitting cross-legged, was surrounded by a dazzling light. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and there was a flickering light in her eyes. It's from the heaven leaderboard! Lou Limo felt it. The name on the heaven leaderboard was carved with her blood. At this moment, she felt a majestic aura, like a supreme being that couldn't be provoked. It was extremely domineering, and it made her tremble. At the same time, in many corners of the holy city, many young supreme beings appeared in the void. Their eyes were dazzling as they looked in the direction of the heaven leaderboard, where the purple gold light was dazzling. A supreme being has shaken the heaven leaderboard! These young supreme beings were moved, and their expressions darkened. Among them were Jian Yeting, the number one hero, Jian Yeting, Sun Qin, Ren Yun, and the others. In the square, the purple gold light was resplendent, and the whole place was trembling. In the end, the Rock Emperor's name jumped up and down, and finally stabilized below Sun Qin, stopping at the 5th place. However, the Rock Emperor's name wasn't golden or purple, but a dazzling purple gold light like lightning. The purple gold light was dazzling, and it was even more dazzling than Lou Limo's name. Oh my God! 5th place on the heaven leaderboard, this is a terrifying supreme being. Oh my God, this guy is indeed extraordinary. He's a supreme being. That's heaven-defying, the testing actually caused a phenomenon. After the whole place was shaken, some people came back to their senses and exclaimed. They were extremely shocked. There were still people who were stupefied. That scene was too shocking. Purple gold radiance overflowed into the heavens, and a mysterious and terrifying aura descended, triggering heaven and earth irregular scenes. At this moment, Emperor Rock's name was left on the heaven ranking. It was as if he had communicated with the entire examination stone and was resonating with it. The light illuminated the void, suppressing too many supreme prodigies. Rock Emperor, where exactly did this young man come from? He managed to reach 5th place in one go, suppressing the primes of many great powers. This is too shocking. This Rock Emperor has appeared out of nowhere and is very powerful. He is destined to shock the entire human race this time. The spectators from the various clans and powers were all watching from afar. Their gazes were extremely sharp. The 5th-ranked paragon was strong enough to suppress the younger paragons from the various major powers. Such a young man was destined to be extraordinary. Some experts even felt that the title was a type of purple gold color. It was very special and resonated with the heaven ranking. It carried a type of terrifying might and aura, and it even caused strange phenomena in the world. No one had ever been able to do this before. Lu Mingmo, Lu Yunmo, Lu Hongyu, Lin Pu, and Lin Yao were speechless. Yu Tianzi, Yu Jiegang, and the others were also stunned. Their eyes were lifeless, and it was difficult for them to come back to their senses. Finally, everything began to calm down, and the light began to dim. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hands and stood quietly in front of the heaven ranking. He is a paragon. He has the qualifications to be arrogant. Looking at that figure, the hearts of everyone inside and outside the plaza were beating wildly. They began to size him up seriously. He's too powerful. He shook the top 5 paragons on the heaven ranking. This Rock Emperor is destined to rise up and shine in the holy city. Someone spoke. He was very excited. They had personally witnessed the appearance of a terrifying new paragon. The top 10 rankings that have never moved before have now been shaken. A new paragon has appeared out of nowhere, an old man said meaningfully. The appearance of such a young new paragon would probably cause great waves in the holy city. In the distance around the plaza, more and more figures were flying over in an endless stream. They were all attracted by this astonishing commotion. "That's Lord Rock Emperor. He succeeded. He's a paragon!" Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others were incomparably excited. The mysterious young man who had protected them all the way was a paragon, and a powerful one at that. "Ha ha, so powerful!" Lu Mingma laughed. He was very happy. With such a paragon appearing out of nowhere, he knew that the Rock Emperor was safe. Such a paragon had killed a few people from the Black Cavalry Regiment in self-defense. In the end, the matter would be left unsettled. The Holy Palace wouldn't look for trouble. Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses. So this arrogant guy was actually so strong to such a terrifying degree. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was in front of the heaven ranking, was speechless. Du Xiaofu also didn't expect to cause such a huge commotion. He didn't know why, but in the state of emptiness, his martial vein spirit, spiritual root, and the golden-winged blood in his body seemed to be boiling at the same time. Then, the stone tablet trembled as if it was about to explode. His name also directly reached the top in an instant. However, Du Xiaofu didn't want to attract too much attention. He just wanted to enter the Holy Palace. If his performance was too shocking, it would also cause more trouble. Therefore, Du Xiaofu instantly suppressed it with all his strength. Originally, he just wanted to be in the top 10. Who knew that he would stabilize at the 5th place? Chi! Suddenly, a ghostly figure pounced on the examination stone. The aura that filled the sky rumbled in an instant. A hand seal was shot out. It was Yutianza. Yutianza came back to his senses. The young man who was related to the Lin clan was actually such an extraordinary paragon. At this moment, he already had the strength to kill an overlord realm cultivator. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a huge threat to the Yu clan. He definitely couldn't be left alive. He had to act immediately. Du Xiaofu had already sensed it. It was just one Yutianza. He wouldn't be afraid even if there were 100 of him. "Yutianza, it's not good to bully the young." However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Almost at the same time, a figure surrounded by dazzling light appeared in front of Yutianza like a bolt of lightning. The same hand seal, dazzling and resplendent, also collided with Yutianza's hand seal. At that moment, Yutianza's expression changed drastically. He already knew who was attacking. Chi! The two hand seals collided. There wasn't much of a sound of collision. Only two auras intertwined. Dazzling talisman patterns bloomed, and the void quietly cracked open. However, the two figures were forced back at the same time. It was as if they were evenly matched. "Sun Bufan, what are you trying to do?" Yu Tianzi's expression was gloomy as he was forced back. His voice was sharp and fierce. "Does the Yu clan think that the holy city is their own? You want to openly kill a paragon? That's not very good." A figure appeared. It was an old man with black hair and a red face. He wore a long robe. Du Xiaofu had noticed this person. He had been hiding in the distance and had restrained his aura. However, he was still a sage to be. He was a member of the Sun clan. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He felt a vast fluctuation. A familiar aura that had been hiding nearby finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "Humph, the Sun clan can't protect someone that the Yu clan wants to kill." At the same time, the void above the heaven roll was quietly distorted. As the sky trembled, a strange phenomenon appeared. The light was dazzling, and a terrifying scene of the sun and moon rotating appeared. Boom! A vast and terrifying aura descended, causing the entire holy city to tremble. In a flash, the void was filled with light. Whoosh! That terrifying scene descended. The stars exploded, the universe was turned upside down, and the void collapsed. It directly drowned Du Xiaofu. Even Sun Bufan turned pale with fright when he saw such a vast aura. At that moment, the others in the square collapsed to the ground. This kind of aura was too powerful. Just the terrifying aura that spread out was enough to make all living beings unable to resist it. They had to prostrate themselves in worship. You bull! At that moment, a purple-gold light surged out of Du Xiaofu's eyes. He had long known that Yu Bo was hiding nearby. Otherwise, he would have attacked Yu Jiegan and the others directly just now. It was precisely because he knew of Yu Bo's existence that Du Xiaofu decided to test him first. When the test results came out, Du Xiaofu had already expected that the Yu clan would attack regardless of the cost, so he was on guard. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about Yu Bo alone. This Yu Bo was at most weaker than Feng Jin. The Yu clan sure talks big. It's not very good to attack a young man like this. It was also at that moment that another voice was heard. Accompanied by a hole that seemed to have been torn open in the void, an old figure appeared like a ghost. In an instant, an invisible wave rippled in the void, bringing with it a strong wind that contained an ancient power. The light was dazzling as it spread out in the void, directly blocking Yu Bo's attack. It was as if it wanted to devour, destroy, and dissolve the strange phenomenon that Yu Bo had brought about. Not long after, the dazzling runes were destroyed in the void at the same time. Feng Wanran, does your Feng clan want to go against my Yu clan? The shout was sharp, and the void clanged. A dazzling energy spear pierced through the void, surrounded by divine flames and carrying with it a terrifying pressure, directly pierced towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the energy spear passed, the void turned into a pitch-black vacuum. Yu Bo, this is the sacred city. Does your Yu clan want to cover the sky with one hand? This shout was tit for tat. A claw mark appeared in the void, bringing with it a strong gale. The runes were dazzling, blocking the energy spear and then devouring it. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky, shining with dazzling light. They were two old men of similar age. One of them had shoulder-length black and white hair, and he wore a light-colored robe. He was thin, and his eyes were bright, emitting a frightening light. It was Yu Bo. The other old man wore a gray robe embroidered with some patterns. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a pair of black eyebrows that were half the length of a finger. He was very eye-catching, but the terrifying aura on him at that moment was not below Yu Bo's. Feng Wanran, a cultivator from the Feng clan, huh? Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the long-browed, gray-robed old man. His eyes were deep, as if they contained a storm, and there was a faint smile on his face. It's really lively here. Suddenly, above the void, another fluctuation appeared, and a middle-aged man appeared. His figure was slender and muscular, and his body was wrapped in a hazy halo, like the light of the stars. Only a pair of lightning-like eyes emitted light, which was very powerful. A supreme has appeared. I have nothing better to do, so I came to take a look. An old woman appeared in the sky far away. She was covered in dazzling runes. From afar, she looked like a rising sun. Boom! Far away in the void, a tall middle-aged man appeared quietly, shining brightly. Looking from afar, his figure was otherworldly. His black hair was loose, and his robe fluttered in the wind, making him look very valiant. Boom! Not far away, another beautiful woman appeared. Her long dress fluttered, and her eyes were like water, but they were extremely dazzling. When such figures appeared high in the void, formless pressure permeated the entire sacred city, freezing the void. They are too powerful. They are all saints. The people in the city were shocked, and some knelt down to salute them. Under such pressure, those who were weaker collapsed to the ground. Du Xiaofu stood below the heaven ranking. The purple gold light in his eyes was also withdrawn, and they became clear again. Looking at the figures that appeared in the void one after another, all of them were saints. There were also many powerful ones who had hidden their auras. There were indeed many powerful ones in the sacred city. Feng Wanran, this brat killed people of the Yu clan and the Black Knight Regiment. You dare to stop me? Do you want to start a war with the Yu clan? Yu Bo looked at Feng Wanran. Such a supreme being was related to the Lin village and seemed to be targeting the Yu clan, which made Yu Bo wary. Once he grew up, he would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. He would be a big problem for the Yu clan, and the sooner he was dealt with, the better. No matter who he killed, this is the sacred city. It is not good for you to bully the young. If he is guilty, let the sacred temple judge him. Fong Wanran was nonchalant. He looked at Yu Bol and said, If the Yu clan wants to start a war with the Fong clan, then the Fong clan will accept it. But now you want to kill this young man. I wonder if the other clans will agree to your Yu clan covering the sky with one hand. The sacred city has the sacred temple to judge. This young supreme being is related to the future of the human race. No one can decide alone. In the distance, the old woman spoke with a faint voice. Let the sacred temple judge. Several voices resounded in the void. Their voices were not loud, but it was enough to fall into the ears of countless creatures in the vast sacred city. Yu Bol's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at the figures in the void and knew that he had missed the best opportunity. These people would not let him have his way. Boom! Suddenly, the sky and earth trembled. From the depths of the sacred city, golden light filled the sky. Mysterious runes spread out, and a vast and unparalleled power spread out. It seemed to resonate with the sky of the sacred city, making people's souls tremble. Those who killed the Black Knight Regiment will be punished. They will be ordered not to leave the sacred city. After the event, the new emperor will judge them. Such a voice was like thunder, containing a great pressure. It resounded in the depths of the sacred city with an indescribable pressure. Run Huang! When such a voice sounded, countless figures in the sacred city knelt down and worshipped in the depths of the sacred city. There was a vast pressure there that made everyone tremble. The imperial palace's dragon Qi! Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. That was clearly the imperial palace's dragon Qi. It seemed that the Ren Huang inside was similar to the emperor outside. It was just that the imperial palace's dragon Qi was too thick, far surpassing the imperial palace's dragon Qi in the barren nation. As the voice sounded, the golden light faded, and everything began to calm down. Let's go. Fong Wanran smiled faintly, then nodded at Du Xiaofu and the others kindly. His figure then broke through the sky and disappeared into the void. Sizzle, sizzle, one by one, the figures of the experts also disappeared. In the void, Yu Bol's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. The Ren Huang had already spoken. If he continued to act, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Yu Bol also left. Kid, this is not over. I'll let you live for a few more days, Yu Tianzi said. Since Yu Bol had already left, there was no need for him to stay. He left with Yu Jiegang and the hundreds of cultivators of the Black Cavalry Regiment. Du Xiaofu did not say anything from the beginning to the end. He watched the figures of the cultivators leave. They came quickly and left quickly. He was secretly thinking about something. However, everyone in the square was still in shock. No one had expected that the appearance of the Rock Emperor would attract so many powerful cultivators. With so many cultivators of the Saint Plain arriving, it caused such a huge commotion. Look, the number one hero, Jian Yiting, is here. Ji Qianxing is here too. Yao Tianwu is there too. They are in the top 10 of the heaven roll. They are here to see the rankings. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone noticed that the young supremes had also appeared in the sky above the square. Those extraordinary young supremes had all sensed the changes in the heaven roll and were all alarmed. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. He did not pay much attention to the number one hero and the others. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, he had already surpassed his peers. They were no longer in the same realm. With a slight smile on his face, Du Xiaofu walked down from the examination stone. The Rock Emperor's talent is exceptional. His appearance has shaken the entire holy city. Congratulations! Sun family's Sun Bufan welcomed him with a smile. Thank you for your help, senior. Du Xiaofu bowed. Why did the Sun family help him? Although Sun Bufan did not make a move and was not afraid, he was still indebted to the Sun family for saving his life. Don't mention it. Sun Bufan was very amiable. He asked Du Xiaofu. Little brother, you are from the Lin family village and have just arrived in the holy city. Why don't you stay in my Sun family first? You will be worry-free and you can also learn more about the holy city. What do you think? Sun Bufan did not beat around the bush. He hoped that Du Xiaofu could go to the Sun family. Sun Bufan, are you trying to snatch him? An angry voice sounded. An old woman of similar age appeared. She ignored Sun Bufan and smiled at Du Xiaofu, saying, Young man, how about staying in my Feng family? As long as you are in my Feng family, the Yu family can't do anything to you. Greetings, senior. Du Xiaofu bowed. Just now, it was the experts of the Feng family who helped him. He had a good impression of the Feng family. Don't be polite. Just come to my Feng family, the old woman said. I found that there is still a large chapter of manuscript. I will release it together. This is the volume of 2 chapters. I have finished updating today. Everyone rest early. Chapter 23-26. Little brother Rock, why don't you come to my Jiang family? An old man came and said to Du Xiaofu. After that there were people from other families, such as Yao family, First family, Ji family, and other major families and forces who came forward and surrounded Du Xiaofu, hoping that Du Xiaofu would go. Without a doubt, they were trying to rope him in. Such a young supreme being had a boundless future. Whoever could rope him in would definitely be of great help to them in the near future. Lu Mingmao, Lu Yunmao, Lu Hongyu, and the others were still in a daze. They didn't expect that young man's talent to be so strong, and now he was also favored by various forces. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a place to go. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu smiled and tactfully rejected everyone, not being rude. Who? The major forces and families were puzzled. This Rock Emperor's words meant that he had already been roped in by a major force. Du Xiaofu arrived at the Lu family's group and asked Lu Mingmao, Brother Mingmao, does the Lu family have a place for us to stay for a few days? Lu Mingmo was startled. He was somewhat astonished. Soon after, he regained his senses and fiercely nodded. He said, Of course. You can stay as long as you want. This guy wants to go to our Lu family. Lu Yunmao and Lu Hongyu were in a daze. The Lu family was nothing compared to the favor of all the major powers and major families. With this guy's talent, he could become the most important guest of any major family. He wouldn't have to worry about the Yu family finding trouble with him. But now, this guy actually wanted to go to the Lu family, which made Lu Yunmao and Lu Hongyu very surprised. They originally thought that the Lu family had no competition at all among the major forces and families. Why would such a supreme being reject the major forces and choose the Lu family? Then let's go, I'll disturb you for a few days, Du Xiaofu said to Lu Mingmao. If he went to the Sun clan, the Feng clan, and the other clans, it would indeed be safer. There was no need to fear the Yu clan at all. However, Du Xiaofu was very clear that the Feng clan, the Sun clan, and the other clans were full of experts. If he wanted to do anything, it would be too inconvenient. But if he went to the Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. As for his own safety, with that Renhuang speaking up, the Yu clan would more or less have some misgivings. Besides, even if Yu Bo really attacked again, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Come, let's go back. Ha! Lu Mingmao was very happy. This brother of the Rock Emperor was very generous. He directly rejected the invitations of the various great clans and forces. He didn't say anything, but he chose the Lu clan. Looking at the various great clans and forces staring at each other, his mood was exceptionally good. Indeed, when they saw that the Jizuan cultivator was actually Lu Mingmao, the experts from the various powers and clans were dumbfounded. That young man had actually rejected them and chose the mediocre Lu clan. More importantly, the relationship between the Lu clan and the Yu clan was extremely complicated. Let's go back and discuss. We must rope in such a young Jizuan cultivator. After that, the experts from the various great clans immediately left. They had to go back and discuss with the experts in their clans. They must think of a way to rope in such a young Jizuan cultivator, even if they had to pay a huge price. The examination in the square continued. It was bustling with noise and excitement again. Some of the young people were even more excited. They wanted to leave their names on the heaven ranking and get the treatment that the various great clans were fighting to rope in. In the main hall of the Lu clan. "That bastard, he has caused trouble again!" The head of the Lu clan, Lu Qingping, felt mentally and physically exhausted. He originally thought that letting his son, Lu Mingma, rope in a few young people with potential would not cause any trouble. Anyway, those young people with top-notch talent would not take a fancy to the Lu clan. As long as he could rope in one or two geniuses, it would be good enough. However, Lu Qingping received news that his son, Lu Mingma, had quarreled with the people of the Lu clan again. This time, there were even deaths. Many experts of the Black Cavalry Corps who were related to the Yu clan were also killed. Moreover, his son, Lu Mingma, was walking together with that young man. Boom! In the depths of the sacred city, there was a huge fluctuation. A vast aura soared into the sky. There was a dazzling purple-gold light in the sky. A supreme martial artist has appeared. It has shaken the heaven ranking and the sacred city. Lu Qingping felt the movement. The vast aura came from the heaven ranking. A new supreme martial artist had appeared out of nowhere. Head of the clan, he is back. The young master is back. A moment later, someone rushed into the main hall, panting and looking nervous. That bastard is back. What's so surprising about that? Ask him to come to the main hall quickly, Lu Qingping said in a deep voice. At this moment, he wished he could kick that bastard a few times. In these troubled times, that bastard was still causing trouble everywhere. No, head of the clan, the young master and young mistress have brought Emperor Rock back. They are already at the door, the person who came said. He had followed them all the way to the sacred city. This was a matter of great importance, so he informed the head of the clan in advance. The young supreme martial artist that the various forces and clans were fighting for had now come to the Lu clan. He had to inform the head of the Lu clan immediately. Who is Emperor Rock? Lu Qingping couldn't remember such a person as Emperor Rock. In the larger clans and forces, there didn't seem to be anyone called Emperor Rock. There also didn't seem to be an expert called Emperor Rock among the human race. Emperor Rock. Not long ago, he was ranked 5th on the heaven ranking. A young supreme martial artist has appeared out of nowhere. Young Master Mingma suppressed the various clans and forces and brought Emperor Rock to our Lu clan, the person who came said. He still couldn't calm down. Quick, welcome him! When Lu Qingping heard this, the shocked expression on his face lasted for a second. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from the main hall. After that, Du Xiaofu saw Lu Qingping in the Lu clan. He knew that it was Lu Limo and Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma's father. Greetings to the head of the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and secretly sized up Lu Qingping. A man who could give birth to two supreme martial artists, Lu Limo and Lu Yunma, had an extraordinary temperament and looked very handsome. Little brother Emperor Rock is too polite. Your presence brings light to my Lu clan's humble dwelling. Lu Qingping's temperament was indeed extraordinary. He didn't lose the demeanor of the head of the Lu clan. He was secretly surprised that his bastard son actually brought such a young supreme martial artist to the Lu clan. He had finally done something that could make the Lu clan proud. If this spread out, the Lu clan would also gain a lot of face. I need to disturb the Lu clan for a few days. Du Xiaofu went straight to the point. He needed a quiet place to rest and hoped that he wouldn't be disturbed. No problem. Lu Qingping nodded and immediately arranged for Du Xiaofu to stay in a secluded courtyard. He also instructed the disciples of the Lu clan not to disturb him. I will be in seclusion for a day and will come out at this time tomorrow. Du Xiaofu entrusted Lin Pu and the rest of the Lin clan to Lu Mingma. Don't worry, it will be fine. Lu Mingma patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Pu and the rest. After that, Du Xiaofu set up a simple seal outside the courtyard and entered the room. He still had some things to do. Du Xiaofu had already secretly investigated the Lu family and found that there were no saints. Du Xiaofu called out the ancient desolate space. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Xing Luan, and Xiao Qing were still cultivating and comprehending. They had all made great progress. The demonic ape was still recovering, so Du Xiaofu did not disturb them. In the ancient desolate space, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a dazzling light. At that moment, his aura had also reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Master! When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lin Feng woke up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He immediately stood up and bowed. His eyes were filled with gratitude. This time, he was able to break through to the martial emperor realm because of this master's help. Du Xiaofu looked at Lin Feng. With his age, cultivation, and talent, although he was not weak, he had seen the heaven list. He knew very well that with Lin Feng's current conditions, there were not many chances for him to leave his name on the heaven list. It was definitely not easy to enter the heaven list. Next, it will be very painful. You better be prepared, Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. He planned to use the holy body art to refine Lin Feng's body and increase its potential to the maximum. At that time, it would definitely be useful in the examination. Then, Du Xiaofu told him about the pain that the holy body art would bring. The holy body art was left behind by his master, the Holy Hand Emperor. It could refine a person's body like a spiritual weapon. It could even refine a talisman into a person's body. At the end of the refinement, the person's body could be comparable to a doctrine weapon, magic weapon, and holy weapon. The ancient jade had been broken, but with the holy body art, Lin Feng had been cultivating his body all these years. He was still extremely strong, surpassing many people. I'm ready. Lin Feng's eyes were resolute. In order to enter the holy palace, he was willing to do anything and endure any pain. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With a wave of his hand, a medicinal pill was given to Lin Feng. This was a body protection pill. It could protect the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the cultivator's body from high temperatures, preventing them from being completely incinerated. Lin Feng did not hesitate to take the pill. He had absolute trust in the young man in front of him. Boom! The void trembled slightly. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and a spiritual furnace talisman cauldron suddenly condensed. A blazing aura surged and flames jumped out. It was accompanied by a vast and unparalleled pressure. There were electric arcs that shook people's souls. Under the terrifying pressure, Lin Feng's heart trembled and his mind rippled. He almost wanted to crawl and tremble. He was secretly shocked. The lord in front of him was clearly a terrifying spiritual talisman master. I will now refine your body. This process is extremely dangerous. If you can't resist, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. The final result will depend on your own luck, Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. I will definitely be able to resist. Yes. Lin Feng was very resolute. He jumped into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. As soon as his body jumped into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, Lin Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. The instant his clothes came into contact with the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, they turned to ashes under the high temperature. The raging flames burned his body, making his hair stand on end. Even his hair was immediately burned to ashes. When this kind of high temperature entered his body, not only his skin, but even the depths of his soul suddenly felt a burning pain. His soul seemed to be completely evaporated by the high temperature. Lin Feng's skin shriveled up due to the scorching pain, producing a zzz sound. Fortunately, the body protection pill that Lin Feng had just consumed had taken effect in his body. A strong medicinal effect spread throughout his body, covering his internal organs and resisting the high temperature that was seeping in and causing fatal damage to his internal organs. However, this kind of high temperature still made his internal organs, bones, muscles, cells, and blood vessels twitch violently. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. Du Xiaofu was controlling the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. Given his current cultivation, no accident would happen. But it all depended on Lin Feng. If he could endure it and surpass his limits, then the body refined by the saint body art would be even more effective. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, waves of white divine light spread out from his body, causing the space to tremble. Du Xiaofu began to forge Lin Feng's physical body according to the holy body art. Everything was done with ease. Surrounded by the raging flames inside the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, Lin Feng's body burst out with white smoke. Clearly, some impurities were burned out, turning into ashes in the raging flames. But in this process, Lin Feng ended up screaming miserably. The skin all over his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding from the raging flames. This kind of pain was indescribable and indescribable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear it. But Lin Feng clenched his teeth and forcibly resisting this kind of inhuman pain. His eyes were overflowing with blood, causing anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. For the Lin family village, I must succeed. I must pass the test and stay in the temple. Lin Feng warned himself in his heart. He must succeed, must become a powerhouse, and protect the reputation of the Lin family village, and protect his grandfather. Du Xiaofu was somewhat surprised. Lin Feng's endurance was no less than that of the ancient jade at the same level. He even deliberately increased the intensity. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and endured. His internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels were all twitching under the high temperature. His body began to emit sizzling smoke from the high temperature, then spread out from his nostrils, mouth, ears, and even eyes. But under this kind of pain and torture, Lin Feng's body also underwent a huge change. His entire body began to emit a kind of luster, as if he had been poured with metal, giving off a feeling of explosive power. Since that's the case, I'll do my best. Let's see what happens to you. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and he began the next step. Mysterious runes suddenly spread out rapidly, and some special talisman arrays and secret techniques of beast energy were engraved on Lin Feng's body. Du Xiaofu had a good impression of Lin Feng, so he would do his best. As for what level Lin Feng would ultimately transform to, that would depend on his own luck. The arrangement of talisman arrays and secret beast techniques required the burning of spiritual fire from spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, and engraving them in the depths of one's bones. Only then could these talisman arrays and secret beast techniques fuse with one's body. And this process was incomparably complicated, and a huge project. But for the current Du Xiaofu, it was a piece of cake. Only to Lin Feng, this was even more miserable than the burning pain he had just faced. That kind of secret beast techniques and talisman arrays engraved in the depths of one's bones was even more unbearable than the pain of having one's bones scraped. Chapter 23-27. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. In the ancient desolate space, another heart-shaking wail came out. Du Xiaofu's talisman runes landed on the surface of Lin Feng's body, carrying energy light and electric arcs. They covered Lin Feng's body densely with talisman runes before disappearing. During this process, as the talisman runes entered Lin Feng's body, energy fluctuations began to spread within his body. This energy fluctuation was extremely mysterious. It seemed to be able to communicate with and absorb the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, finally gathering in Lin Feng's body. Time continued to pass slowly, and Lin Feng kept screaming. Effort and reward were basically proportional. At this moment, Lin Feng still hadn't fully realized what he had received. He didn't know how terrifying the sacred body art was. Using this method to transform was equivalent to being reborn from the ashes. He had stepped onto a new martial path. In the near future, he would sweep through all directions and leave his name in this world. In the Lu family's main hall, the atmosphere was very oppressive and awkward. At this moment, Lu Qingping, Lu Mingma, Lu Hongyu, Lu Yunma, and many of the Lu family's experts and elders were present in the main hall. These Lu family's elders and experts were all alarmed when they heard that Lu Mingma had roped in a young supreme being. When everyone learned that the Rock Emperor had killed many Yu clan experts and members of the Black Cavalry Regiment, some of their expressions turned serious. Not to mention the complicated relationship between the Lu family and the Yu family, and the possibility of a marriage alliance, even under normal circumstances, Offending the Yu family for this young supreme being was undoubtedly the same as offending the Yu family. The Yu family would definitely not let this matter rest. For a young supreme being who had yet to mature, it was equivalent to making the Yu family their enemy. No matter how this was calculated, it wasn't worth it. In the main hall, the Lu family's experts and elders also had complicated expressions. This time, Yu Ming is almost certain to get the position of human sovereign. In the entire human race, only Yu Ming is the best match for Li Mo, said a Lu family expert. This is definitely not what the Yu family wants. If Li Mo goes to the Yu family, our Lu family will also be suppressed. Do you think the Yu family will watch Li Mo become stronger than Yu Ming? Said an elder of the Lu family. The hall was abuzz with discussion. Some people supported the marriage with the Yu family, some opposed it, and some remained neutral. We can't stop it now. Li Mo has already said that if Yu Ming can get the position of Renhuang, she is willing to agree, said a middle-aged woman. The Lu clan couldn't change anything now. The Yu family wants to kill that young man. If he stays in the Lu family, even if Li Mo marries into the Yu family, her life in the Yu family won't be easy. Leaving the Rock Emperor in the Lu clan was undoubtedly going against the Yu clan. When the time came, even if the Lu clan and the Yu clan had a marriage alliance, the Yu clan would still bear a grudge against them. That young man is quite extraordinary, but he killed the Black Knight Corps and the Yu family's people. The human emperor has said that he will be judged by the new emperor. If Yu Ming becomes the new emperor, I'm afraid the consequences will be dire. We won't be able to protect him, someone from the Lu family said. Once Yu Ming became the new emperor, how could the Yu family let the Ping emperor go? Send him out of the Lu clan. It's still not too late. My Lu clan has Glass Desert and Yinmo. Why would we need to rope in a young paragon with a bleak future? Someone from the Lu clan said. Leaving that young man in the Lu clan was not a wise choice. It would have a huge impact on the Lu clan. Are you that afraid of the Yu family? You're even willing to sacrifice my sister's happiness. How ridiculous. Lu Mingma laughed. She was very disappointed. She got up and left. Lu Qingping wanted to stop Lu Mingma, but he hesitated. In the end, he didn't speak. Disperse. I will think about this matter carefully, Lu Qingping said to the Lu clan's elders and cultivators in the main hall. Clan head, please reconsider. In the main hall, everyone left. Yunma, what do you think? Lu Qingping asked his daughter Lu Yunma, who was left behind. Father, sister doesn't want to marry into the Yu family, Lu Yunma said. She was still too young and knew that there were many things that she couldn't say. She left after that. Lu Qingping was deep in thought. He looked a little disappointed and haggard. Chi. The void in the main hall fluctuated. An old man appeared. He looked very old, but his eyes were full of spirit. Uncle. Lu Qingping got up and bowed. This was the Lu clan's strongest cultivator. He was about to step into the Saint Plane. Elder Lu sat down and said to Lu Qingping, You have 3 good children. Liemo and Yinma are the pride of the Lu clan. Although Mingma is naughty, she is still young. In the future, she will definitely bear the burden of the Lu clan. After a pause, Elder Lu continued, I already know everything. After living for so long, I have some insight. That Yu Ming is indeed not the right person for Liemo, uncle, you mean? Lu Qingping asked. But our Lu clan doesn't have much choice now. If the new emperor's position didn't fall on Yu Ming, then everything wouldn't be so troublesome. Elder Lu said. Old Lu said. His aged face was slightly solemn. How could he not know that among the younger generation, other than Liemo, there was no one else who could compete with Yu Ming? Liemo had suffered a heavy blow this time, and the heavens did not bless the Lu family. The number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianxing, and the others, seems to be unable to compete with Yu Ming. Lu Qingping's eyes darkened. He knew that Yu Ming's talent and strength were only below Liemo. In terms of true strength, Yu Ming had the entire Yu clan behind him. He was even more unfathomable. It's not the end yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. If this is the will of the heavens, then it is also destined. Elder Lu said. Uncle, what should we do with that young Emperor Rock? Lu Qingping asked. The impact of this decision was too great. He needed to listen to Elder Lu's opinion. That young man seems to be not simple. His title is purple and gold. It is unique. It seems to have some kind of extraordinariness. The people of the major clans are all trying to rope him in. If the Yu clan wants to kill such a sovereign, it will be difficult to cover the sky with one hand. Elder Lu got up and said to Lu Qingping, You are now the head of the Lu clan. You should make your own decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu left. As time passed, the news in the sacred city had spread completely. A young sovereign named Emperor Rock had appeared out of nowhere. The news that he was ranked 5th on the heaven list had also spread to every corner of the human clan. What? There's such a young man? He's not from the major clans? He's actually so talented. A young man named Emperor Rock has appeared out of nowhere. He has suppressed many young sovereigns and shocked the sacred city, drawing out many saints. All kinds of news continued to ferment and spread to the entire human clan. It shocked everyone and caused a violent reaction. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in the barren ancient space, using the holy body technique to forge a physical body for Lin Feng. He didn't know anything about the outside world, nor was he interested in knowing. His only goal was to enter the sacred palace and settle the score with the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu had done the test on the heaven list intentionally. The sacred city was not a place where the Yu clan could cover the sky with one hand. Du Xiaofu thought that if he could be valued by all parties, then the Yu clan would not have the chance to act against him. Everything was as he had expected. Walala! In front of Du Xiaofu, inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, a body wrapped in the energy of heaven and earth was sitting cross-legged. His naked body was faintly visible, but his whole body was faintly emitting a fierce aura. Who? Seeing the body wrapped in energy inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, Du Xiaofu let out a deep breath and smiled. The holy body technique could be considered a success, but what would happen next would depend on Lin Feng's good fortune. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was very clear that in terms of the holy body technique, Lin Feng had obtained far more benefits than the ancient jade. When the ancient jade holy body technique was used to forge Lin Feng's body, Du Xiaofu's cultivation was not high, and the talisman arrays and beast energy secret techniques he had mastered were not particularly powerful. But at this moment, with Du Xiaofu's cultivation level and foundation, the effects of the holy body technique of crack could be imagined. Du Xiaofu was the only one who knew that Lin Feng's body was covered with several powerful talisman arrays and many supreme beast energies. So, he had to comprehend the mysteries of those talisman arrays by himself. His future achievements would be limitless if he could comprehend them thoroughly. Help people to the end, help them to the end. Let's continue! A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. What he wanted to do had been completed, but since he had already helped, he would help to the end. Although the purple thunder profound cauldron was no longer on him, and he could not use the purple gold profound bomb, he had comprehended the purple gold profound bomb for a long time, and also had the purple thunder profound cauldron for a long time. He had comprehended the mysteries of thunder and lightning, and he had the thunder martial vein. He wanted to try using the thunder martial vein to temper Lin Feng's body and upgrade his martial vein. Although he did not know whether he would succeed or not, Du Xiaofu wanted to give it a try. He was not convinced by the old village head's request, and he wanted to return the favor of the Lin family village. Boom! The ancient barren space shook, and the sound of lightning and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein and used the mysteries of thunder and lightning. In an instant, thunderclouds covered the sky, and a vast and unparalleled aura descended. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west, and the evening glow covered the sky. Inside the Lu family, the scenery was picturesque. Spiritual mountains overlapped, and it was like a fairyland. At this moment, the Lu family's gate was as busy as a marketplace. People from all the major forces and families had come to visit, but in fact, they all wanted to see Emperor Rock. Everyone, Emperor Rock is in seclusion. He said that he will come out tomorrow, and we can't disturb him. Those who came were all from the major forces, and there were several half-saints among them. Lu Qingping had to come out personally. However, the major forces did not believe Lu Qingping's words. They thought that the Lu family did it on purpose, as they did not want the young paragon to be seen by everyone. They were afraid that the major forces and families would fight over him. Even though the various large clans and powers had tried their best to invite him to join their clans, all of them had failed. However, the various large clans and powers didn't give up. After all, it was worth it to pay a price to rope in such an exalted being. After all, such a young exalted being had appeared out of nowhere, possessed such natural talent, and possessed the strength to kill overlord realm cultivators. There was definitely a supreme expert hiding behind him. Once they could rope him in, their clans and powers would gain a terrifying boost in strength. Okay, then we will come again tomorrow, the people from the major forces and families said, not believing Lu Qingping's words at all. They would come again tomorrow, and see what the Lu family could say then. Lu Qingping was helpless and could only smile bitterly. If the Lu family had the foundation of the Sun family, the Ren family, and the Yao family, such a young paragon in the Lu family would be more than welcome. They would not have to fear the Yu family at all. However, with the Lu family's current foundation, if they kept such a young paragon who had a deep hatred for the Yu family, it would be a blessing or a curse. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were dim. At the center of the holy city, the square was still bustling with noise and excitement. The light was as bright as day, and many young people were still being tested. A few more young people passed the test and left their names on the heaven ranking, causing an uproar. There was another paragon. Although his ranking was not high, it still shook the holy city, causing the major forces and families to fight to rope him in. The Yu family? The main hall was quiet. Yu Bull sat upright. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. He said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the Lin family to still be able to struggle. If I had known, I would have wiped them out directly. That kid is not simple. We must find a way to deal with him. Grandfather, there is no need to worry. 2 days later, that kid will be dead for sure. Yu Ming's gold-threaded cloak fluttered slightly. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. He was in a good mood. After 2 days, he would soar into the sky. At that time, everything would be settled. That person called Emperor Rock would not be able to cause any trouble. The closer it is to this moment, the more we cannot be careless. Yu Bull's expression softened. He looked at Yu Ming and said, Before the final outcome, we cannot be careless. The Sun family, the Ren family, and the First family will not give up. The first hero, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, Feng Wuche, and the others, I know their strength very well. They are not much of a threat. I have been preparing for so long and have been waiting patiently. They cannot stop me. Yu Ming was very confident. No one could stop him. The new human emperor would be him. At that time, he would soar into the sky and become the leader of the human race. This time, the heavens are helping us. Lu Limo is seriously injured. She is no longer a threat. Yu Bull smiled and said, When you become the human emperor, Lu Limo can only agree to join the Yu family. The Holy Temple will not be able to say anything. After everything is settled, the Lin family village and that Emperor Rock will be dealt with slowly. Let them live for a few more days. The position of the human emperor will belong to no one but me. Yu Ming looked at the moon. His eyes were like lightning. He was confident and arrogant. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the ancient desolate space. Purple lightning filled the entire space, and rumbling sounds of thunder resounded incessantly. Du Xiaofu activated the profound meaning of lightning and the thunder martial vein. His aura was vast and unparalleled. He helped Lin Feng refine his physical body and improve his martial vein. This was the first time Du Xiaofu was enlightened by the purple lightning profound cauldron. The result was very smooth. Du Xiaofu succeeded. Although the effect was not as strong as the purple gold profound bomb, it was not much different. Under the thunder martial vein, There was an indescribable pressure. It made Lin Feng's martial vein have a supreme pressure. The process was very long. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, Du Xiaofu did not need to spend much effort. However, it required a lot of patience. Time passed by slowly. When he was about to succeed, the dazzling purple lightning in Du Xiaofu's eyes faded away. The rumbling thunder and lightning in the sky also faded away. Everything calmed down and settled down. Crackle, crackle. Lin Feng was still seated cross-legged. At this moment, there was an additional purple-gold color on his physical body, as though it had a metallic texture. Traces of purple-colored electric arcs shuttled across the surface of his body. His physical body seemed to contain a volcano that was filled with an explosive feeling. Phew! Du Xiaofu retracted his hand seal and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He had done everything. The next thing was entirely up to Lin Feng. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem to leave his name on the heaven list. As for how far Lin Feng could go in the future and how strong he could become in the future, even Du Xiaofu himself was unable to estimate it. That would depend on Lin Feng's comprehension ability and the opportunities he would encounter in the future. Even so, Lin Feng had broken out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. He had refined Lin Feng's body using the holy body art and the thunder martial vein. Although it did not consume much energy, Du Xiaofu was in the holy city and could change at any time. It was better to keep himself in peak condition at all times. Peace was restored in the ancient barren space. Only purple lightning flashed on Lin Feng's body from time to time, emitting crackling sounds. Because of the holy body art, Lin Feng's eyebrows and eyelashes had all turned into ashes. His black hair had also disappeared. He looked like a monk, but the top of his head was covered with runes. The runes gave off a metallic purple-gold color, giving people a sense of mystery. On his body, mysterious talisman patterns fluctuated. Lin Feng's eyebrows and black hair, which had turned into ashes, began to grow back slowly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he regained his original appearance. Immediately after, Lin Feng's eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes. A dazzling light filled the air and rushed out from his metallic body. An invisible fierce aura that was incomparably sharp shook the void. Lin Feng's mind looked inside and checked everything in his body. Feeling all the changes in his body, Lin Feng's eyes trembled and he revealed an incredible look of surprise. Study the runes and the beast's secret technique on your body well. How far you can go in the future depends on yourself. Du Xiaofu woke up and looked at Lin Feng. Feeling everything on Lin Feng's body, he was quite satisfied. The effect seemed to be much better than he had imagined. Qi La! Lin Feng knelt down in front of Du Xiaofu. He did not care about his naked body. His eyes were filled with tears and he kept kowtowing. At this moment, he was very clear about the great benefits he had received, and it was all because of the person in front of him. Get up, said Du Xiaofu. Lin Feng has a request. If Sir doesn't agree, Lin Feng will not get up. Lin Feng did not get up. He had a request. Speak. Du Xiaofu was surprised. Sir, please accept Lin Feng as your disciple. Lin Feng has nothing to repay you with. From now on, Lin Feng is willing to follow Master. Lin Feng was still kowtowing. He was not stupid. How could someone who could give him such benefits unconditionally be simple? Chapter 23-28. Du Xiaofu smiled and asked doubtfully, Didn't you want to enter the Divine Temple to cultivate? Entering the Divine Temple to cultivate will not affect my apprenticeship. If I can enter the Divine Temple this time, I am still willing to follow you after the Divine Temple, Lin Feng said. But I have no intention of taking in a disciple. Get up, the Divine Temple is not simple. If you enter the Divine Temple, you may be able to find a good master, Du Xiaofu said. He had no intention of taking in a disciple. I know that I am born stupid. If I can't become your disciple, I am willing to follow you. I am even willing to be your follower. I beg of you, sir. Lin Feng pleaded firmly. He was afraid that the master in front of him did not like his talent. He was willing to be his follower. It was also to repay the kindness of tempering his body. Sigh. Du Xiaofu was helpless. This guy was really determined. He sighed and said, I really have no intention of taking in a disciple. If you are willing, you can be a disciple in name first. Thank you, master. Disciple Lin Feng greets master. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. A disciple in name was still a disciple. He immediately kowtowed 9 times. All right, get up. I don't know if being my disciple in name is a blessing or a curse. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect this guy to be so stubborn. I am willing to follow you, master, Lin Feng said. It's about time. Let's go out, Du Xiaofu said. Calculating the time, it was almost time. Otherwise, Lin Feng would miss the test time. However, when Du Xiaofu exited the desolate ancient space, he immediately sensed that there were many experts outside the seal. There were even many Saint Realm experts among them. After putting away the seal, Du Xiaofu appeared. The first person he saw was the Lu family head, Lu Qingping, who was overjoyed. Rock Emperor, you have finally come out. Lu Qingping heaved a sigh of relief. He had been standing on pins and needles. God knew that many experts of the Sage Realm had come early in the morning. They had already waited until noon. Du Xiaofu was impolite. He glanced around and saw an old man beside Lu Qingping. They had met before when he used the disguised divine spell. It was this old man who went to greet Lu Limo. He was a half-saint. Then, Du Xiaofu was surprised. There were many half-saints and even saint-level cultivators present. He had seen some of them in the square yesterday. Little brother Rock Emperor, these are all experts from the various great clans. They are all here to see you. Lu Qingping introduced the cultivators. They were all cultivators from the major clans. They were all famous in the human clan. Several of them were in the Saint Realm, but they were all at the initial level of the Saint Realm. Du Xiaofu greeted them. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was neither rude nor humble. The people from the major clans and forces had come with the same purpose. They hoped that Du Xiaofu could be a guest. This was equivalent to roping him in. Once Du Xiaofu went, it would undoubtedly mean that they were close to him. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely visit you next time. Du Xiaofu declined politely. Everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's attitude was quite firm. It seemed that he was determined to stay in the Lu family. They had no choice but to leave. Du Xiaofu pointed to Lin Feng beside him and said to the experts of the major clans and forces present, Seniors, I have a registered disciple who has not passed the test yet. If you are on the way, you can take him to test his talent. This, little friend, please don't joke around. Everyone was astonished. But soon after, they smiled and left after exchanging some pleasantries. After all, they were all strong cultivators and would not do something so shameless. And with their status, it was naturally not appropriate to take someone else's registered disciple to test his talent. But there was one person who did not leave. It was a middle-aged woman of the Saint Realm from the Jiang family. She looked very kind. The middle-aged woman wanted to talk to Du Xiaofu alone. Du Xiaofu was very polite. After all, she was a Saint Realm cultivator who had come to the Lu family in person. In the courtyard, Du Xiaofu met the Saint Realm cultivator of the Jiang family. He was not arrogant, and was very polite. Du Xiaofu was the kind of person who would return the favor tenfold. Young man, your talent is extraordinary and your future is limitless. Our Jiang family values you very much. Where did you come from? The Saint Realm cultivator of the Jiang family asked in a roundabout way, hoping to learn about Du Xiaofu's background. It would be strange if such a young man did not have a background. My master does not like worldly affairs and has always been a wild crane. He also told me not to say much. Du Xiaofu replied and did not say much. The middle-aged woman didn't ask any more questions and appeared to be very easygoing. However, she felt more and more that this young man was neither servile nor overbearing in front of her. His every move revealed an invisible aura that even made her secretly tremble. The person behind this was definitely not simple. Perhaps he was a peerless expert who had been hiding in the human race. "Young man, are you married?" the middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Her eyes were deep and her face was kind. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while. Indeed, he was not married. He shook his head. "That's good." The middle-aged woman seemed very happy. She looked carefully at Du Xiaofu and seemed to be more and more satisfied. She said, "To be honest, I like you very much. Among the young people of the human clan, you can be ranked among the top. I have a descendant who is about the same age as you. She is also a famous beauty with good talent, and is ranked in the celestial ranking. How about you two become husband and wife?" Du Xiaofu was stunned. He could deal with everything, but he did not expect this middle-aged woman to come here to talk about marriage. "Don't be nervous. Think about it carefully. I can guarantee that my descendant is very beautiful and has countless suitors in the sacred city. But a beauty with a supreme being is very suitable for you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see her in person," the middle-aged woman said with a smile. "Well, I'm afraid that no one will look down on me." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. "No, when I came out this time, I asked her about it. She saw you yesterday and has already given her heart to you," the middle-aged woman said. Of course, some of her words weren't true. However, she was very sure that there wouldn't be any problems as long as she went back and told them. It was undoubtedly the best choice for this young man to marry a member of the Jiang family. Du Xiaofu pondered, then turned his eyes and asked the middle-aged woman, "Senior, are you talking about Jiang Yiting?" "Well," the middle-aged woman was stunned and said, "No, but compared to Yiting, she is definitely not much worse." "That's a pity." Du Xiaofu pretended to be disappointed. With Jiang Yiting's status in the Jiang clan, the Jiang clan would not casually take her out to rope him in. At that time, he would not have to directly reject the Jiang clan's experts and make them unhappy. The middle-aged woman pondered. It turned out that the other party had taken a fancy to Yiting, and Yiting had always been regarded as a match made in heaven with the number one hero. The number one hero was ranked third on the heaven ranking, and he had the entire number one clan behind him. "Senior, is Jiang Yiting married? I think it would be great if it was her." Du Xiaofu knew that his words were effective and said to the middle-aged woman, "Jiang Yiting seemed to be a match made in heaven with the number one hero, so the Jiang clan would not use Jiang Yiting to rope him in. Young man, Yiting's status in the Jiang clan is very special. If you are really interested in her, it is not impossible. I will go back and help you talk to them, and then I will give you an answer," the middle-aged woman said to Du Xiaofu. She did not directly reject, but also did not agree. She was ambiguous, and it was easy to advance or retreat. Then, she got up and prepared to leave. "If Senior is interested, I have a registered disciple at the door. Her talent should be considered to be barely enough. She is a good match for the descendant that Senior mentioned just now." Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "As for me, I am only in love with Miss Jiang Yiting. Young man, don't joke around. That young man is still young, not at the age of marriage. I will go back and discuss Yiting's matter properly." The middle-aged woman had seen Lin Feng before, and at this moment she thought that Du Xiaofu was joking. He was only in love with Jiang Yiting, and it was impossible for him to marry the descendant of the heaven ranking to his registered disciple. Even if she agreed, the Jiang clan would not agree. After that, the middle-aged woman left, and the head of the Lu clan personally sent her out. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had finally sent away such a true saint. However, just when Du Xiaofu thought that he was free, another person came. It was the old half-step true saint from the Lu clan who came personally to accompany him. Du Xiaofu recognized this person. He was an acquaintance of his. He was the head of Biluo City, Sun Yi of the Sun clan, an initial true saint. "Greetings, City Lord." Du Xiaofu was very polite. He had a good impression of the Sun clan. In the public square, the half-step true saint from the Sun clan, Sun Bufan, had also helped him. "No need to be so polite, let's talk alone." Sunny spoke, also wanting to talk to Du Xiaofu alone. The old half-step true saint from the Lu clan tactfully left, allowing Sunny and Du Xiaofu to talk alone. Back then, I already felt that little friend was extraordinary. Who would have thought that you would amaze the entire human race with a single brilliant feat? This is truly worthy of celebration. Sunny smiled, and was very polite. I still have to thank City Lord for your help. Du Xiaofu replied. Little friend, I will get straight to the point. I wonder if little friend is married? Sunny asked directly. Nope. Du Xiaofu shook his head, and secretly guessed that the Sun clan wouldn't want to rope him in like the Jiang clan, right? That's great, that's really great. Sunny slapped his knee and was very happy. He said to Du Xiaofu, Little friend, have you met Sun Qin from the Sun clan? She is ranked 4th on the heaven ranking. Her talent is extraordinary, and she is also devastatingly beautiful. Yes, I have. Du Xiaofu nodded. She was indeed extraordinary. Her appearance was outstanding, and her temperament was extraordinary. This time, I am here to bring good news. Sun Qin has also reached the age of marriage. I wonder if little friend is interested in marrying into the Sun clan. Sunny spoke with a face full of smiles. Marrying into the Sun clan, especially with Sun Qin, was something that countless young talents in the human race wished for. Whether it was Sun Qin's talent and beauty, or the background of the entire Sun clan behind her, they were all things that the young talents of the human race couldn't refuse. Presumably, this young man called Emperor Rock in front of him was also enough to tempt him. Marrying into the Sun clan? Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the Sun clan to be so willing to take out Sun Qin. However, marrying into the Sun clan would be difficult for others to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, City Lord, but this is no small matter. I'm afraid I can't agree first. I need some time to think about it. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He couldn't refuse directly. It wasn't that he had any thoughts in his heart, but he had to take the Sun clan's face into consideration. If he refused directly, it would be a little inappropriate. Sunny was very surprised. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him didn't seem to be tempted by such conditions. Okay, I hope little friend will think about it soon. Sunny didn't say anything more. He couldn't offer a better condition. He was still very polite. Then, he bid farewell and left. City Lord, I have an unnamed disciple outside. His talent is not bad, but he hasn't passed the test yet. If City Lord is on the way back, why don't you bring him for the test? Du Xiaofu said to Sunny. This? Sunny was puzzled. He was a Saint Realm cultivator, one of the top experts in the human race. This young man actually asked him for such a small matter. Okay, it's on the way. But soon after, Sun Tian nodded and agreed to Du Xiaofu's request. The more he interacted with Du Xiaofu, the more he felt that this young man gave him an increasingly unfathomable feeling. Bringing his unnamed disciple for the examination was as easy as putting down his pride. He would just treat it as leaving a good impression on the Sun clan. Thank you very much, City Lord. Du Xiaofu thanked him sincerely. Lin Feng was from the Lin village. If the test results were out, the Yu clan might do something. If the Sun clan's Saint Realm cultivator was there was no need to fear. Then, Du Xiaofu handed Lin Feng to Sun Yi and transmitted his voice to Lin Feng's ear, saying, Do your best. The result will depend on your luck. If you are lucky enough, you will be able to leave a good position on the heaven ranking. If City Lord Sun Yi has any requests, you can agree. Whoosh, whoosh, the head of the Lu clan, Lu Qingping, and old Lu personally sent Sun Yi off. Then, they looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. They didn't expect that so many Saint Realm cultivators from various clans and forces would come to rope him in. I've troubled the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu cupped his fist and said to old Lu and Lu Qingping. These 2 days, the disturbances from various clans and forces must have caused a lot of trouble for the Lu clan. Brother Rock, you can stay in the Lu clan. Our Lu clan doesn't deserve you, but don't worry. You can stay as long as you want, Lu Qingping said. This was also a kind of statement. Such a young Saint Realm cultivator gave him a different feeling. Perhaps he would bring some changes to the Lu clan's current predicament in the future. Thank you, Clan Lord, Du Xiaofu said. He looked around and only saw Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu. He didn't see Lu Mingmao. He was a little surprised and asked, "Where is Brother Mingmao? This child, I don't know where he went. He probably couldn't stay any longer and went out to cause trouble." Lu Qingping was helpless. It was normal for Lu Mingma to not be in the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu didn't ask further. Then he asked, "I want to know some things about entering the Divine Palace. Can I trouble Clan Lord to tell me a little?" "That's simple." Lu Qingping nodded and called Lu Hongyu and Lu Yinmo over. He said to Du Xiaofu, "They all know. Brother Rock, what do you want to know? You can ask." Then, Lu Qingping and old Lu left. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma told Du Xiaofu about the Divine Palace. "I heard that the Sun Clan and the Jiang Clan both want to find someone to marry you. Is that true?" Seeing her father and old Lu walking away, Lu Yunmo raised her head and stared at Du Xiaofu with her bright eyes. She wasn't shy at all. "Of course. I'm a peerless genius, and I'm also graceful and elegant. Naturally, they'd want to give their beauties to me," Du Xiaofu said confidently. "Tis." Lu Yunmo rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu from top to bottom. This guy was wearing shabby clothes. Although he had some temperament, he was extremely arrogant and prideful. "Then, did you agree?" Lu Hongyu was a little curious. "Of course not. The Sun Clan wants me to marry into their family. How can I be that kind of person? Isn't that the same as me, a man, marrying into the Sun Clan?" "Of course not." Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, "Hee hee." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma couldn't help but laugh, swaying back and forth. "What about the Jiang Clan?" Lu Yunma couldn't help but laugh. She almost couldn't breathe. "Jiang Yiting is the only one in the Jiang Clan who can accept it. However, it seems that the Jiang Clan isn't willing," Du Xiaofu said with some regret. "Of course. Jiang Yiting and the number one hero have always been childhood sweethearts. Many people think that they are a match made in heaven. Do you think that you can be stronger than the number one hero?" Lu Yunma continued to roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was really courageous. He actually wanted Jiang Yiting. "The number one hero? He's not as handsome as me. He's too weak. I'm too lazy to compete with him. I don't want to bully him," Du Xiaofu said. Shameless. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma could only feel helpless. This guy was really arrogant. "All right, I'll ask some questions. I've heard about the examination stone. When can I go to the sacred palace to comprehend it?" Du Xiaofu asked. This was his real purpose. He wanted to enter the sacred palace. This time, the sacred palace's examination for the younger generation will end tonight. Tomorrow is the most important event for the entire human race. The competition for the new emperor. The day after tomorrow, you can go directly to the sacred palace. At that time, the people on the heaven ranking can enter the sacred palace at any time to comprehend everything. Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu with some worry and said, "But you have to be careful. You've offended the Yu clan. When Yu Ming becomes the new emperor, I think that the Yu clan won't let you go. In fact, it's not bad for you to marry into the Sun clan. If you become a member of the Sun clan, then the Yu clan won't be able to deal with you." Du Xiaofu smiled and asked, "I wonder how the new emperor is chosen? What are the requirements? You don't even know this?" Lu Yunmo was very puzzled. It seemed that there was no one in the entire human race who didn't know. All 3 chapters are super chapters. Finished today. Chapter 23-29. Immediately, Lu Yunmo informed Du Xiaofu that every 100 years, the human emperor would be chosen again. There were conditions to become the human emperor. Firstly, one had to be a sovereign on the heaven ranking. Geniuses didn't qualify. Secondly, one had to obtain the human emperor's seal. Tomorrow, there will be a battle between the sovereigns. Whoever obtains the human emperor's seal will be the new human emperor. Lu Hongyu said to Du Xiaofu. Does fighting for the human emperor's seal depend on strength? Du Xiaofu asked. He guessed that the human emperor's seal might be something similar to He Jinlong's imperial jade seal. In the direction of the sacred palace, there was a strong imperial palace dragon qi. Even in the sacred city, one could feel the imperial palace dragon qi. Of course, strength is important. But it is said that in addition to strength, one also needs the human emperor's physique to obtain the human emperor's seal. Otherwise, it will be difficult to obtain the human emperor's seal, Lu Yinmo said. Is that so? Du Xiaofu smiled. He had a rough understanding. If there were no accidents, he would be able to enter the sacred palace the day after tomorrow. If he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough, that would be the best thing. Do you want to fight for the human emperor's seal tomorrow? Lu Yunmo looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. This guy was ranked 5th on the heaven ranking. He had a lot of potential and opportunities. Lu Yunmo was looking forward to it. If there was a miracle, if this mysterious guy could obtain the human emperor's seal, then her sister wouldn't need to marry Yu Ming. I'm not interested. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He only came to this fearsome ground to look for opportunities. He had no interest in the human emperor's seal. Sooner or later, he would have to leave this fearsome ground. What a strange person. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunmo looked at each other. This guy was really strange. He wasn't interested in the human emperor's seal. After chatting for a while, Du Xiaofu returned to the secluded courtyard arranged by the Lu family. He looked at the direction of the testing stone in the square. Du Xiaofu was also curious about the result of Lin Feng's test. He wondered what level Lin Feng's overall potential and talent would reach after his martial veins were refined and improved by the sacred body technique, Thunder Martial Vein, and Thunder Ultimacy. At dusk, half of the sky was covered by burning clouds. Boom! Suddenly, at the center of the holy city, a trembling sound came from the direction of the testing stone. A bright purple light gushed out, shaking the entire holy city. Rumble! In the void, there was even a rumbling sound that sounded like the sound of the heavens. At this moment, the entire square was silent. On the heaven ranking on the testing stone, a purple light shone brightly. A new name called Lin Feng rose up like a purple sun, illuminating half of the sky. Rays of light shot up into the heavens, illuminating the heavens. Lin Feng's name landed on the 8th place of the heaven leaderboard, shining brightly and dazzling. 8th place, the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard has been shaken again. Lin Feng, another new supreme being has appeared. The plaza erupted with commotion, and the sound waves rushed into the heavens. Another supreme being like this appeared out of nowhere, shaking up the entire holy city. Ha ha! Sun Wu laughed happily. He finally knew why the young man wanted him to personally bring someone for the testing. Not long after, the Lu family received the news. Little brother Emperor Rock, your unnamed disciple has passed the test. He's ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. The family head, Lu Qingping, personally went to inform Du Xiaofu. He was shocked and couldn't help but tremble a little. He knew that Lin Feng was the unnamed disciple of Emperor Rock, who was brought out from the Lu family not long ago. However, he didn't expect his master to be ranked 5th on the heaven leaderboard, and his unnamed disciple to be ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. This was too shocking. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the testing stone, and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng was ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard, which was not bad. This was only because he had just tempered his body. In the future, when he completely comprehended the talisman arrays on his body and the Supreme Beast Energy's secret technique inscribed on it, he would be able to improve further. Lin Feng's return excited the entire Lu family. Another powerful Supreme Being had returned to the Lu family. God bless my Lin family village! God bless my Lin family! The old man from the Lin family village had been waiting for a long time. He was so happy that tears filled his eyes. They didn't know how Lin Feng had appeared in the Lu family village, but the result had deeply shocked them. They even felt that it was unbelievable. However, it was true. Lin Feng had succeeded, and he was ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. He wasn't a genius, but a supreme being. How could they not be excited? Lin Feng walked to Du Xiaofu and knelt down in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with tears, and he didn't say a word. He just kept kowtowing. The old man from the Lin family seemed to have understood something, and he immediately knelt down behind Lin Feng. Get up! Du Xiaofu was very calm. He was happy for Lin Feng. He pulled Lin Feng up, and an invisible force lifted everyone from the Lin family up. Master, City Lord Sunny said that he wanted to accept me as his inner disciple. I thought about your words and agreed. However, if you don't think it's suitable, I will immediately reply to City Lord Sunny, Lin Feng said to Du Xiaofu. Silly, this is your opportunity. You should cherish it and cultivate well in the future. Du Xiaofu smiled. This result was within his expectations. Lin Feng's talent was enough for the Sun family to rope him in. Accepting him as a disciple on the spot was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Du Xiaofu had done all of this on purpose. He would leave this place sooner or later, and he wouldn't be able to protect Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now City Lord Sun Yi's inner disciple, which meant that he was a member of the Sun family. At that time, if the Yu family wanted to touch Lin Feng, or even the Lin family village, they would have to be careful. The holy city was still in an uproar. Lin Feng's name had spread everywhere, and it had also caused a huge storm. He was being roped in by all the major families and forces. What a pity, the Sun family acted first. When did Sunny come back? A supreme being ranked 8th on the heaven ranking was actually taken away by Sunny. I'm so angry. In the square, many people from the major forces and families were still annoyed. They wanted to fight for it, but Sunny acted first and took him in as his inner disciple. That young man seemed to be familiar with Sunny. Sunny had brought him here personally, so they had no way to fight for it. It's that young man, Lin Feng, the Rock Emperor's in-name disciple. Yes, it's him. He's the in-name disciple. Then someone remembered that the young man called Lin Feng was the one who the Rock Emperor had asked them to bring over for a test in the Lu family not long ago. I'm so angry. I miscalculated. I'm so angry. When the people from the major families and forces learned of the young man's identity, they were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Some old people were so angry that they almost vomited blood. If they had known that the young man called Lin Feng was so talented, they wouldn't have refused to bring him along. At that time, they couldn't let go of their dignity, but now their intestines were green with regret. Ha. Only the people from the Sun family were laughing. They were laughing with incomparable pride. Elder Sunny had good eyesight. He had brought Lin Feng here and made him an inner disciple of the Sun family. He had undoubtedly become a member of the Sun family. This was much more reliable than ordinary roping in. Chapter 2330. At night, many experts from the various families and forces were lamenting and regretting their decision. Especially the Saint Realm middle-aged woman from the Jiang family. In the afternoon, the Rock Emperor had taken the initiative to ask her to bring Lin Feng for the test. However, she didn't take a fancy to him. How could a Saint Realm cultivator be willing to bring a junior of unknown origins for the test? Even the top juniors in the Jiang family, other than Jiang Yeting, were not qualified for her to personally send them. However, the middle-aged Saint Realm woman was so regretful that her intestines turned green. If she had agreed to the Rock Emperor's request in the afternoon and brought Lin Feng for the test, Sun Wu wouldn't have had a chance. Tianzi was ranked 8th on the heaven list. She also wanted to take in such a supreme youth as her disciple. Lin Feng, a member of the Lin family. The Lin family actually produced such a talented junior. We can't let him go. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. At night, a gloomy voice came from the Yu family. Killing intent filled the air. Time passed slowly. It was almost midnight. The people in the square were getting fewer and fewer. The younger generation from various forces who came to participate in the test were almost done. In general, most of the young people in the past few days were disappointed. Many young talents came confidently but returned in disappointment. They didn't pass the test. However, many geniuses appeared in the past few days. More than 300 new geniuses appeared on the heaven ranking. Among them, there were more than 10 new supreme geniuses. All of them shook the holy city. Their names spread to all parts of the human race. Among them, the names of the Rock Emperor and Lin Feng were the most shocking. The geniuses who entered the top 10 of the heaven ranking caused a huge commotion. It was almost time. The test stone was about to close. The people in the square began to disperse. There weren't many left. Boom! Suddenly, the heaven ranking shone brightly. The golden light was dazzling, and the aura shook the void. The golden light was dazzling. It was a new title that appeared on the heaven ranking. The 3 words, Lu Mingma, were emitting a divine radiance. I said that I would come back to the heaven ranking. On the test stone, Lu Mingma looked at the ranking on the heaven ranking. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Then he left. It's Lu Mingma. He returned to the heaven ranking. It seems that Troublemaker didn't stop cultivating during this period. He must be secretly honing his skills. Some people were secretly surprised. To be able to enter the top 200 of the heaven ranking, such a genius Lu Mingma. This had nothing to do with strength. This kind of talent meant that his future was limitless. Lu Mingma in the heaven ranking. Lu Mingma's Lu Mingma. That kid! Lu Mingma. Deep in the night, Lu Qingping raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. There was a deep gentleness in his eyes as he murmured, Luo Yan, the 3 children are doing very well. They did not disappoint me. It's a pity that you are not here anymore. Do you know how much I miss you? The children did not say anything, but I know that they miss you very much. Time passed slowly, but tonight seemed to be an especially long night. Holy city and holy city, holy city, holy city, holy, holy city, sacred in the holy. The hustle and bustle in the streets and alleys did not subside much. The hustle and bustle of hawking gathered together and soared into the night sky. However, when dawn arrived, a strange scene gradually appeared in the holy city. All the shops in the streets and alleys of the holy city began to close their doors. More and more people gathered on the streets. They gathered into a crowd and headed towards the depths of the holy city. Everyone lowered their voices. Their eyes were burning with passion, but their expressions were sincere, as if they were going to worship. Everyone knew what day it was. Today was the biggest event of the human clan. The selection of the new emperor would be announced today. When the darkness before dawn passed, the first ray of sunlight penetrated the eastern horizon and shone on this ancient city. Densely packed crowds of people swarmed out from all over the place. The crowds took different routes, but their direction was the same. They were all heading towards the deepest part of the holy city, towards the holy palace. That was the holy land of the human clan. It was a place that everyone wanted to step into. On this special day, Du Xiaofu was no different. He sat cross-legged in a secluded room in the courtyard. He breathed and adjusted his breath, comprehending the 3 sword moves in his mind. It wasn't until late in the morning that Du Xiaofu woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He stretched his waist, and the joints all over his body emitted crackling sounds. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Looking at his body, Du Xiaofu smiled. He felt that his body was in peak condition. He was very satisfied. The tattered clothes on his body had not been washed for a long time. Du Xiaofu took out a purple robe from his Qianquan bag and put it on. What an impressive appearance! After tidying up his clothes, Du Xiaofu looked at himself in the bronze mirror. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He could not help but praise himself. Only then did he leave the room. Outside the courtyard, Du Xiaofu saw Lu Mingma waiting outside. He seemed to have waited for a long time. His eyebrows and hair still had dew on them. Brother Rock Emperor. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Lu Mingma smiled. He had been waiting outside the seal and did not disturb him. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and exhaled. Today seemed to be the day to choose a new emperor. He could go and take a look. To tell you the truth, I have something to ask Brother Rock Emperor for help. Lu Mingma said with a serious face. If there's anything I can help with, I will not refuse. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had a good impression of Lu Mingma. Although his talent was not as good as Lu Lianmo and Lu Yunma, he was very loyal. I heard from Yunma that Brother Rock Emperor is not interested in the position of the human emperor. Lu Mingma asked Du Xiaofu. When he heard this, he was also very surprised. There was actually someone who was not interested in the position of the human emperor. I'm not interested. It's fine as long as I can enter the sacred palace. Du Xiaofu smiled. He was indeed not interested in the position of the human emperor. That's good. I want to ask Brother Rock Emperor to help me. No matter what, we cannot let Yu Ming become the new emperor, Lu Mingma said. Today was the day to choose a new emperor. No matter what, they could not let Yu Ming become the new emperor. Although the number one hero, Sun Qin, and the others would definitely fight until the end, Lu Mingma thought that there must be someone who could directly target Yu Ming. Even if he could not become the human emperor, he would rather let others take advantage of him than let Yu Ming succeed. The Rock Emperor in front of him, regardless of strength or qualifications, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu asked Lu Mingma, "Why don't you want Yu Ming to become the human emperor?" "I don't want my sister to marry him. I know that my sister doesn't like him. The Yu clan's goal isn't pure either. They only care about my sister's talent. If my sister really marries into the Yu clan, she will only suffer. She will also be suppressed by them." Lu Mingmo raised his head. His eyes were flickering with light. "What's the reason?" asked Du Xiaofu. He was deep in thought. He knew that the Yu clan had something to do with Lu Mingma. Now, it seemed like the Yu clan's plan was to let Yu Ming marry Lu Mingma and obtain the position of the human emperor. "It's a little complicated," said Lu Mingma. He then roughly told Du Xiaofu everything. Lu Mingma's appearance and talent were enough to make all the young talents in the human clan unable to reject her. To ordinary men, Lu Mingma was like a mountain. She was the pride of the heavens, sacred and inviolable. The gap between them was insurmountable. Looking at the entire human clan, only the top 10 young talents on the heaven list were qualified to marry Lu Mingma. Among them, Yu Ming from the Yu clan was undoubtedly the best candidate. However, Yu Ming had always expressed his love for Lu Mingma, but Lu Mingma had never reciprocated. Although the Yu clan was powerful, Lu Mingma's talent and status were known by all the major forces and clans. Lu Mingma's master was an ancient and terrifying existence in the Divine Palace. Therefore, the Yu clan did not dare to use their power to suppress others. Yu Ming had always wanted to marry Lu Mingma. He had even proposed a few times, but Lu Mingma did not agree. But this time, Lu Mingma was heavily injured in the Beast Alliance's territory. Yu Ming risked his life to save her. How deep were their feelings for each other? He proposed again. In addition, an ancient existence in the Yu clan had also spoken to the person in the Divine Palace. Lu Mingma could not reject it. In the end, she could only offer a condition. If Yu Ming could become the new emperor, she would agree to Yu Ming's proposal. "Originally, my sister had the greatest chance of becoming the new emperor. But now that my sister is heavily injured, she will not be able to recover in a short period of time. Yu Ming's chance has become the greatest. Although the number one hero and Sun Qin are very strong, I'm afraid that they will not be able to stop Yu Ming. Therefore, I want to ask the Rock Brothers to take action. Even if the number one hero and the rest benefit from it, we cannot let Yu Ming succeed," Lu Mingma said. Originally, he did not plan to do so. If the Rock Brothers also wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, he naturally could not make such a request that would harm others without benefiting himself. However, the Rock Brothers were not interested in the position of the human emperor. Therefore, Lu Mingma thought of this method. If the Rock Brothers could stop Yu Ming with all their strength, even if they failed, it would be enough for the number one hero and Sun Qin to take advantage of the situation. Anyway, it would be enough to prevent Yu Ming from obtaining the human emperor's seal. This, Du Xiaofu's lips curved into a smile. The new emperor's position and Lu Limo's marriage. So, this was the Yu clan's grand scheme. Du Xiaofu's original plan for this trip to the Sacred Hall, aside from wanting to enter the Sacred Hall to gain enlightenment, was to stop the Yu family from getting what they wanted no matter what they were plotting. Chapter 2331. Brother Rock seems to have a grudge with the Yu clan. This is also killing two birds with one stone. If you can stop Yu Ming, I, Lu Mingma, am willing to do anything to repay you. Lu Mingma thought that Du Xiaofu was in a difficult position. This was the last method he could think of. That's too serious. However, I will do my best. Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that as long as he stopped Yu Ming from obtaining the human emperor's seal, he would be unable to become the new emperor. His marriage with Lu Limo would also be ruined. This was killing two birds with one stone. At that time, the Yu clan would probably go crazy from anger. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel happy. This could be considered as collecting some interest first. Then today, Yu Ming would be unlucky. Really? Thank you, Rock Emperor. If I were a woman, I would definitely repay you with my body. Unfortunately, I'm not. Lu Mingma was suddenly very happy. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was wearing a purple robe and had a resolute face. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He said, "How about this? When the time comes, you can pursue my sister. I will definitely help you put in a good word. If you become my brother-in-law, then we will be family in the future." Forget it. Du Xiaofu thought of Ouyang Shuang. Last time, he had only spoken a few words with Lu Limo, but he had already suffered. If he really married that woman, Ouyang Shuang, that tomboy, would probably go crazy. At that time, he would definitely suffer. Master. Little brother Rock Emperor. After a moment, Du Xiaofu walked out of the Lu clan's courtyard. Lin Feng, Lu Qingping, and the others immediately went up to welcome him. Old Lu was also very polite. At this moment, there were many figures in the courtyard. They were the experts and elders of the Lu clan. There were also some of the younger generation with high status. They seemed to be waiting for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded at old Lu and Lu Qingping. His gaze swept across the figures around him. Then, he secretly raised his eyes and saw a familiar woman. Today, she was wearing a light purple long dress. Her figure was graceful and elegant, but her face still revealed a cold and enchanting temperament. She was extraordinary and moving. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Lu Limo. This was Lu Limo. In just a few days, her injuries seemed to have recovered. Her face was rosy, but it couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Lu Limo's injuries were at most 40% better. This recovery speed was already very shocking. The Lu family shouldn't be able to take out so many resources to help her recover. It must be because of the master behind Lu Limo that Lu Limo mentioned. As Du Xiaofu walked over, Lu Limo also looked at Du Xiaofu. The day before yesterday, when she was recuperating in seclusion in the secret room, she also felt the movement on the heaven list. That vast aura was like a supreme emperor that could not be provoked, and it made her tremble for a moment. He looks much better now. As expected, clothes make the man. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma, who were beside Lu Limo, looked at Du Xiaofu. His purple robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked much more pleasing to the eye, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Brother Rock Emperor, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, Lu Limo. Lu Limo introduced Lu Limo to Du Xiaofu. I've heard a lot about you. Du Xiaofu smiled at Lu Limo. Lu Limo nodded slightly as a response. Her face was still cold, and her temperament was still enchanting. My elder sister was heavily injured and her injuries have yet to recover. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about Yu Ming. Lu Limo sighed. She was heavily injured by that Saint Beast Realm ape. It's already very good that she recovered so quickly, Du Xiaofu said casually. The demonic ape's strength was definitely at the bottom of the same level. Lu Limo had yet to step into the Saint Realm, and there was a huge gap between them. That kind of injury would have killed most people, but Lu Limo was still able to recover so quickly. It was not easy. How do you know that I was injured by that ape? Suddenly, Lu Limo's eyes lit up as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't take it seriously and said, "This matter has already spread. Many people know that Yu Ming risked his life to save you." Lu Limo looked at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes flickered. Then, she calmed down and said softly, "It's getting late. Let's go." "Let's go!" Lu Qingping walked up with a smile. There was a spirit bird demon beast mount already waiting for him. With Lu Limo's status, a portion of the Lu family could ride the beast mount directly to the sacred palace. A moment later, the spiritual beast screeched and soared into the sky. It crossed the void and headed towards the depths of the sacred city. "Hey, are you really not interested in the human emperor's position?" On the back of the flying beast, Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu and curled her lips. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and laughed. "With my strength, it would be too much of a bully to compete with them. I don't want to bully them." At this moment, Du Xiaofu was speaking the truth. With his strength, it would be too much of a bully to compete with those sovereigns for the human emperor's seal. However, Du Xiaofu's words made the Lu family's experts, elders, and some young disciples on the beast cluck their tongues. Wasn't he too arrogant? However, no one cared. They thought that Du Xiaofu was purposely teasing Lu Yunma. "Humph, you only know how to brag." Lu Yunma snorted and despised Du Xiaofu. "I'm serious. I don't want to bully them." Du Xiaofu looked very serious. "Che." Lu Yunma rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was too good at bragging. She then ignored Du Xiaofu and was too lazy to talk to him. Lu Limo had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She had a calm expression on her beautiful face. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sacred city from his beast mount. The vast sacred city was really big. The wide streets were filled with people, heading towards the depths of the sacred city. Their eyes were filled with awe and passion. There were many discussions about who would become the new emperor this time. Such a grand event was only for the younger generation. It wasn't for the Saint Realm. With Du Xiaofu's state of mind, there was nothing to be excited about. Although the sacred city was vast, it didn't take long for them to cross it with the speed of flying mounts. There were fewer buildings in front of them, and more mountains appeared. They were as tall as the clouds, majestic and majestic. There were also waterfalls that cascaded down from the sky. These mountains were magnificent. There were spiritual birds and strange beasts shuttling back and forth. The clouds were misty, and the energy of heaven and earth was like flowing lights. Under the sunlight, the clouds were steaming, and it was incomparably magnificent. What a rich imperial palace dragon chi! In the void, the imperial palace dragon chi was so rich that it surprised Du Xiaofu. The rich imperial palace dragon chi overflowed from the void and drilled into his body. "It's the imperial palace dragon chi!" When the imperial palace dragon chi entered his body, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that it was the imperial palace dragon chi. What he felt the day before was right. There was actually such a terrifying imperial palace dragon chi in the sacred city. This made Du Xiaofu ponder. If he could refine his body with such a rich imperial palace dragon chi, it would be a great opportunity. But Du Xiaofu knew that it would be very difficult, almost impossible. At his level of cultivation, to refine his body with the Imperial Palace's dragon chi would require an enormous amount of Imperial Palace's dragon chi. The super experts hidden in the Sage Hall would definitely not agree. However, Du Xiaofu secretly pondered in his heart. If there was a chance, he could give it a try. The benefits of such a rich Imperial Palace dragon chi were too great. "Brother Rock Emperor, we have arrived at the Sacred Palace." Lu Mingma's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. They had arrived at the sacred city in front of them. "That is..." Following the direction that Lu Mingma was pointing at, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and was immediately shocked. His eyes trembled. It was too shocking. A vast square appeared like a plain. It was surrounded by dense majestic mountains that towered into the clouds. And behind the plain-like square, there was an ancient building that looked like a pagoda but wasn't a pagoda. It was like a majestic mountain that rose from the ground and stood between heaven and earth. The majestic building was even bigger than a mountain. It soared into the sky, and the top couldn't be seen. Golden light surged. Such a majestic ancient building was even more majestic than the surrounding mountains. It was too huge. Even if a ferocious bird that was thousands of feet in size flew in front of it, it would only be like a small bird. Soon, the spiritual bird flew to the square and approached the ancient building. This was the sacred palace. Looking at it from afar, Du Xiaofu felt that compared to the majestic building, it was like comparing an elephant to an ant. This feeling didn't only come from the size, but also from an invisible vast aura. The ancient building emitted a boundless aura as if it had experienced countless vicissitudes of life. A majestic imperial dragon aura and an ancient aura fluctuated. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the boundless majestic pressure. This place is very mysterious. It's a sacred land of treasures, Du Xiaofu exclaimed. He was very shocked, and his heart was surging. This was the first time he had seen such a place. It was very ancient, and seemed to contain endless secrets. On the square, densely packed figures had already gathered. It was as if they were going to cover the entire square. There were hundreds of millions of them. Although the human race's physical body was inferior to the demonic beasts, especially those supreme demonic beasts, they were born with powerful innate talents and divine abilities. They were very powerful and were born as powerful creatures. The human race couldn't compare at all. However, the human race's reproduction speed wasn't something that demonic beasts could compare with. The human race's growth time was also far faster than demonic beasts. This was the human race's advantage. In the long years, the human race in this fearsome land had gradually risen and their numbers had increased. This was a grand occasion for the human race, so many people had come. However, it was far from everyone. There were very few people who could enter the sacred city. Soon, the spiritual bird flew past the square and directly arrived in front of the sacred palace. Lu Limo opened her eyes. With a flash of light, her graceful figure floated down. The crowd followed closely behind. The sacred palace was in front of them, and they had to be respectful. A blue stone staircase appeared. There were hundreds of steps and it was overflowing with light. Faint runes flickered, accompanied by a faint golden light. It was incomparably sacred. Lu Limo led the crowd up the stairs and appeared in front of the sacred palace. Chapter 2332. The Divine Palace was huge and majestic. It stood in front of Lin Fan and he couldn't see the top of it. After countless years of carving, the Divine Palace was ancient and filled with golden light. As he stood below the sacred hall, Du Xiaofu felt an unparalleled pressure that made his soul tremble. For some reason, he was filled with awe and the urge to kneel down in worship. This was the highest pure land of the human clan in the fearsome grounds. The experts of the human clan gathered here. It was the holy land of the human clan. Amazing! Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. This place was too amazing. The Divine Palace stood there as if it was overlooking all living beings. This posture and aura was as immovable as a mountain and as solid as a rock. This was to suppress the fate of the entire human clan. This is the Divine Palace! At this moment, Lin Feng, Lin Pu, and the rest of the Lin family village had never seen such a place. Under the vast and invisible aura, their bodies trembled and their legs went soft. It was as if they were going to crawl on the ground at any time. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu saw many people in front of the Divine Palace. He had seen many of them before. Outside the Divine Palace, there was a small square. In fact, it wasn't small. In fact, it was very big. However, compared to the square behind it, it was very small. On one side of the square, on the other side of the huge Divine Palace, there were about 1,000 seats set up. Almost all of them were filled with invisible and powerful auras. Those who were qualified to sit were all top experts or people with extraordinary status. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. He had seen many of them in the square the day before yesterday, and in the Lu family village yesterday. They were all top experts of the major forces. Among them, there was Sun Bufan of the Sun family and many other half-step saints. There were also some figures that made Du Xiaofu's gaze linger for a while. In the lineup of the major families, Ji Qianxing, Jian Yeting, Ring Yuan, Yao Tianwu, the number one hero, Sun Qin, and a few other young supremes that he had seen when he first entered the holy city were all seated. Noticing Lu Limo's arrival, Ji Qianxing, Ring Yuan, and the others also looked over. Sun Qin, Jian Yeting, and the others nodded at Lu Limo and smiled. Their smiles were very moving, causing many men to be infatuated with them. The arrival of the Lu clan attracted the attention of everyone present. The experts of the various clans were also in an uproar. Lu Limo's status as the number one human of the younger generation was higher than everyone present. Many experts nodded to Lu Limo politely. Because of Lu Limo, the Lu family also had 3 seats in the stands. Elder Lu and Lu Limo sat upright, but Lu Qingping was very polite and insisted on pulling Du Xiaofu to sit down. That won't do. Du Xiaofu shook his head. After all, Lu Qingping was the head of the Lu family. It didn't matter if he stood for a while. Brother Rock Emperor, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Lu Qingping was sincere. Family head Lu, stop fighting. Brother Rock and Lin Feng, come and sit. Beside the Lu clan was the Sun clan. Sun Bufan stood up and warmly made space for Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng was now a member of the Sun clan. As Sun Wu's disciple, he was ranked 8th on the heaven ranking. It was enough for him to have an extraordinary status in the entire Sun clan. After that, Sun Wu introduced some of the important figures of the Sun clan to Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng. Even the experts of the Jiang clan and other forces took the initiative to stand up and join in, greeting Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu also nodded politely with a smile on his face. Is he Emperor Rock? I heard that Lin Feng is his disciple in name. This pair of master and disciple are so young. Behind the various forces and clans, there were many people standing. Many of them were young men and women, and they were all sizing up Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng. Du Xiaofu sat down. It was unknown if Sun Bufan did it intentionally or not, but he let Du Xiaofu sit beside Sun Qin. We meet again. Du Xiaofu greeted. Humph! Sun Qin glanced at Du Xiaofu, and a faint snort came from her throat. Her gaze was a little complicated, and she didn't even nod her head. Du Xiaofu was very depressed. It was as if he owed this woman millions. He didn't know how he had offended Sun Qin. How would Du Xiaofu know that he had completely offended Sun Qin? The Sun clan wanted him to marry into the Sun clan and let Sun Qin take in a son-in-law. Of course, Sun Qin also knew about it. At first, Sun Qin wasn't willing and she objected. But later on, she found out that the guy actually said that he couldn't agree first and needed some time to consider. Everyone knew that this was clearly a rejection. She was the dignified Sun Qin. Although she wasn't as dazzling as Lu Limo, she was definitely one of the most dazzling people in the entire human race. If other people received this news, it would undoubtedly be a good thing that fell from the sky. Why would they reject it? But the guy beside her actually rejected her first. At this moment, he was even greeting her as if nothing had happened. Was he mocking her? But Sun Qin didn't know that Du Xiaofu had long forgotten about this. He didn't even think about it. At this moment, in the Jiang clan, Jiang Yiting's gaze also fell on Du Xiaofu secretly. Her figure was graceful, and her temperament was untainted by the world. It was very moving. Jiang Yiting was also ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Her lithe and exquisite body faintly emitted a vast and formless pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Yesterday, the experts of the Jiang clan also went to the Lu clan and offered some conditions. They wanted to marry an extraordinary descendant of the Jiang clan. But in the end, that guy actually targeted her. This made Jiang Yiting a little unhappy. So what if she was ranked 5th on the heaven roll? It didn't represent her strength. From the moment she was born, because of the Jiang clan and the first clan, she had been together with the first hero. Everyone thought that they were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. She had never interacted with other men. Although there were young supreme beings in the various great clans who had her in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it so directly. Looking at the purple-robed man, Jiang Yiting's eyes took a few more glances. She didn't know why, but he seemed to be very pleasing to the eye. Originally, she was very disdainful in her heart yesterday. But now that she saw him again, the disdain in Jiang Yiting's heart seemed to have disappeared inexplicably. She murmured in her heart, "Extraordinary talent and looks okay, but he's a lecher." Du Xiaofu sat upright. The experts and elders of the Sun clan around him were also very polite. Du Xiaofu also smiled and nodded his head in response. Not far away, Lu Limo, who was sitting upright, closed her eyes again. Behind her, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yinhua stood quietly. At this moment, there were many beautiful women in the entire place. All of them had an extraordinary temperament. However, as Lu Limo sat there quietly, she was unknowingly more beautiful than the rest. Within her enchanting and cold temperament, there was the dignity and nobility of a Nirvana realm grand sovereign. Coupled with her graceful figure and enchanting temperament, it formed a natural allure. Roar! A demonic beast mount roared, shaking the void and startling the entire place. Countless gazes followed the sound. Several ferocious demonic beasts came. Many dazzling figures landed below the bluestone steps. The aura on their bodies was vast and slowly retracted. The people who came were from the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. There were many powerful auras and many of the Yu clan's younger generation who had extraordinary talent. The first to arrive was Yu Ming, Yu Jiegang, and the others. The people from the Yu clan walked up to their seats and greeted the people from the other clans. It was as if the matter of the other clans obstructing Yu Bull a few days ago didn't happen. Then everyone sat down. Du Xiaofu couldn't be bothered with the people from the Yu clan. He sat upright and slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of this grand occasion. But soon Du Xiaofu frowned. With his sharp senses, he felt an unfriendly gaze landing on him. Following that gaze, Du Xiaofu turned his head and saw the owner of that gaze. It was Yu Ming from the Yu clan. His eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and viciousness. But soon, a smile returned to his face. He walked to the Lu clan and stopped in front of Lu Limo. He was very concerned and asked in a soft voice, "Limo, how are your injuries?" "I'm fine." Lu Limo opened her eyes. Her expression was calm and indifferent. She only replied with a simple word. Lu Limo's indifferent attitude caused Yu Ming's expression to darken. Looking at the cold and enchanting woman in front of him, Yu Ming thought that after today, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to her. At that time, she wouldn't be so cold and enchanting anymore. She would still be flipped upside down by him. Thinking of this, Yu Ming didn't mind. He continued to smile and said to Lu Limo, "That's good. You must recover quickly." Lu Limo glanced at Yu Ming indifferently. Then, for some reason, she looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile in her eyes. She said to Yu Ming, "I've recovered quite a bit. I have to thank the Rock Emperor for treating me these few days." Hearing this, everyone's gazes moved and immediately looked at Du Xiaofu with deep meaning. Many people smiled faintly. Everyone knew that Lu Limo didn't like Yu Ming all these years. He had proposed marriage several times but was rejected. Just now, her attitude towards Yu Ming was neither warm nor cold, but she had a smile in her eyes towards Emperor Rock. Furthermore, the Rock Emperor had rejected all the major forces and families and chose the Lu family. This made people think too much. When Lu Limo's voice fell, Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting's expressions changed slightly. Elder Lu and Lu Qingping's expressions also changed. They were very surprised. As the person involved, Du Xiaofu was even more confused. When did he treat that woman's injuries? But thinking about it, Du Xiaofu already understood that Lu Limo wasn't interested in Yu Ming. She did this on purpose and used him as a tool. This woman knew Yu Ming's character very well. She purposely used Huiyin on him. As expected, Du Xiaofu saw Yu Ming's gaze. It was like a poisonous snake, but it was hidden very well. Yu Ming's lips didn't move, but he transmitted a message to Du Xiaofu. Brat, you purposely hid in the Lu family. You have to know that there are some people you can't touch. You will pay the price later. Do you think that with your qualifications, Limo will be interested in you? Chapter 23:33. Du Xiaofu chuckled and ignored Yu Ming. He looked at Lu Limo with concern and said, Limo, is this the Yu Ming you said was bothering you? Don't mind him. Your injuries are more important. What? Fetus. Everyone's eyes jumped when they heard that. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lu Limo and Du Xiaofu. Fetus? Then Emperor Rock and Lu Limo, could they be? Someone spoke. Although his voice was soft, it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. The expressions of the Yu clan members changed greatly. Yu Ming's eyes twitched and he stared at Lu Limo and Du Xiaofu. There seems to be a story behind this. Is the cooked duck of the Yu family going to fly away? Then, the experts of the major families looked at the Yu family members with half smiles. They were happy to watch the show. The number one hero, Ji Qianxing, Sun Qin, and the other young primes were even more surprised. At this moment, Lu Limo could no longer maintain her calm expression as she stared at Du Xiaofu. She had indeed intended to draw the fire onto the Rock Emperor, but she never imagined that this fellow would actually be so brazen as to shoot his mouth off without thinking. He's taking revenge. Lu Limo took a deep breath. She knew that he was taking revenge on purpose. He didn't want to be used, so he was taking revenge on her. Lu Limo's expression returned to normal. She was cold and enchanting. Then she closed her eyes again. She didn't plan to respond. She knew that this would only make things worse. Seeing that Lu Limo didn't seem to have any intention of responding, the major forces and families around couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were all secretly guessing whether this was true or not. If it was true, it would be interesting. Even if it was false, it would be enough for the entire human race to laugh at Yu Ming for many years. Yu Ming stood in front of Lu Limo. His face was green and red, and it was extremely ugly. This was definitely more sullen than being slapped in the face. Looking at Yu Ming's expression, the number one hero, Sun Qin, Ji Qianxing, and the others secretly laughed. Emperor Rock was really bold. He was clearly trying to embarrass Yu Ming. Elder Lu, Lu Qingping, Lu Yunmo, and Lu Hongyu were all dumbfounded. They didn't know if it was true or not. On the other hand, Lu Mingmo was very happy and hoped that this was true. Brat, you can eat whatever you want, but there are some words you can't say. Yu Ming stared at Du Xiaofu. Under the gazes of everyone present, he couldn't get off the stage. His expression was extremely ugly. Du Xiaofu sat upright and looked at the square below him. As time passed, more and more people poured in from all directions on the square that was as large as a plane. The black mass of people joined together to form a sea of people. Everyone looked up at the sacred palace in awe. Some people were still kneeling on the ground and worshipping. There were even some people who were prostrating themselves on the ground in the most devout worship. Under such a scene, Du Xiaofu's heart stirred. No wonder the dragon Qi in the palace was so rich and extraordinary. The devout worship of all the humans gathered into a vast dragon Qi, suppressing the fate of the entire human race. However, Du Xiaofu's indifference made Yu Ming feel like he was slapped in the face again. The other party actually ignored him. In the entire human race, who would dare to treat him like this? Even some of the Saint Realm experts in the human race wouldn't dare to do this. Brat, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Yu Ming stared at Du Xiaofu. His expression was so gloomy that it couldn't be suppressed. The aura on his body fluctuated, and the light in his eyes became dazzling. He was just thinking about how the enchanting and cold woman would feel under him. At this moment, it was no different from being cuckolded. No man could endure it. Du Xiaofu still ignored him. Instead, he was more interested in the crowd in the square. The densely packed figures formed a sea of people. Although everyone was in awe, there were also sounds of discussion that converged into a torrent that spread out into the void. "Nephew Ming, the grand event is about to begin!" Yu Jigong called out to Yu Ming. At this moment, all the major forces and clans were present. If this continued, even if they killed the brat, it wouldn't be honorable. Moreover, if they attacked in front of the sacred palace, it would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to them. Yu Ming gritted his teeth. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he couldn't suppress the chill in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Everyone's eyes lit up. The sea of people below also quieted down. Boom! At the same time, the depths of the sacred palace trembled. Golden light began to burst from the depths of the sacred palace. It was like auspicious clouds that filled the air with mighty pressure. Dazzling lights of various colors spread out in the air. The dazzling lights were like divine splendor, making it so that few could open their eyes to look directly at them. As the lights appeared, nearly 30 figures walked out from the dazzling lights in the square before the sacred palace. Their imposing auras filled the square. The auras of these people were powerful. Their eyes were dazzling, causing the entire square to fall silent. Their spiritual souls trembled. Cultivators of the Saint Plane! At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also moved. These dozens of figures were of the Saint Plane. Among them, there were some figures that he had seen in the square that day. One of them was an old man with shoulder-length black and white hair. He wore a light-colored robe. His figure was thin, and his eyes shone with frightening light. It was Yu Bo. Feng Wanran, who had appeared in the Feng clan that day, was also among them. He wore a gray robe embroidered with patterns. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his black eyebrows, which were half the length of a finger, stood out. He was very eye-catching. One of them was a slender and muscular middle-aged man who was wrapped in a hazy halo. His eyes shone like lightning. One of them was an old woman with a kind face. Dazzling runes were faintly discernible around her. From afar, she looked like a sun that was converging. She contained a powerful aura. One of them was a tall middle-aged man. His black hair was loose, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very mighty. One of them was a beautiful woman in a long dress. Her eyes were like water. Her eyes were dazzling. These cultivators were all of the middle stage of the Saint Plane. They could not escape the detection of Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit power. Du Xiaofu had seen these Saint Plane cultivators in the square before. City Lord Sun Chang, Yu Tianze, and the others were also among them. These figures appeared high up in the sky. Waves of invisible pressure filled the sky and the earth, solidifying the void. "Greetings, Elder!" the entire city shouted. Some people knelt down and saluted. Under such pressure, those who were weaker collapsed to the ground. In front of the sacred palace, the cultivators of the various clans also stood up and saluted the 30 or so Saint Plane cultivators. Chapter 2334. Lu Limo, Yu Ming, the number 1 hero, Sun Qin, and the other young sovereigns also stood up in awe. Du Xiaofu also stood up to avoid attracting attention. Most of them were cultivators of the Saint Plane from the major clans and forces. After reaching the Saint Plane, these people's status in the entire human race became even more extraordinary. Then, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the 2 old men in the middle. They looked quite old, but their faces were ruddy. Waves of pressure emanated from their bodies, and it felt as if they were above everyone else. The aura of these 2 old men was similar to Du Xiaofu's, but different from Yu Bo's and Feng Wanran's. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yu Bo's, their pressure was much more vast and majestic. The nourishment of the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. But Du Xiaofu could tell at a glance that these 2 old men had an additional Imperial Palace's dragon qi on them. They had to absorb the Imperial Palace's dragon qi to cultivate for a long time in the sacred hall to have such an effect. Of the 2 old men, the first one was dressed in a yellow robe. His figure looked old, but his aura was stronger than Yu Bo's and Feng Wanran's. The second old man was dressed in a gray robe embroidered with dragon patterns. His eyes were golden, and his aura was no weaker than the yellow-robed old man beside him. Rise! Rise! When these Saint Plain cultivators appeared, they waved their long sleeves, indicating for everyone to rise. Their voices were not loud, but they resounded through the sky and fell clearly into everyone's ears. Those are the Saint Plain cultivators of the major clans. I wonder when we will be able to step into the Saint Plain. Inside and outside the square, everyone stood up, and whispers rang out. These Saint Plain cultivators did not pay attention to the discussions around them. They all looked above the sacred hall as if they were waiting for something. The cultivators of the major clans did not take their seats. They stood where they were and waited respectfully. Could it be that the Emperor is coming? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Rumble! Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sacred hall, and a brilliant golden light shone out. Welcome, Emperor! Suddenly, the yellow-robed elder whose body was suffused with the imperial palace's draconic aura spoke. His voice reverberated in everyone's ears and was capable of shaking their primordial spirits. At this moment, the gazes of the various powers and clans both inside and outside the square trembled violently. Boom! Golden light surged from the depths of the Sage Palace. At that moment, it was as if the entire Sage Palace had come to life. A great pressure connected the heavens and the earth, spreading out from within the Sage Palace. It was accompanied by a golden light that intertwined with each other. It was dazzling as if a golden sun had risen. A silhouette appeared in the void before the Sage Hall, shrouded in golden light. There was a faint golden dragon circling around him, exuding imperial might. Human sovereign! As that figure appeared, all the great clans and forces in the square immediately bowed to him. Even Yu Bull and the others were no exception. They had to lower their heads. Greetings, human emperor! On the square that was like a plain, densely packed groups of people rose and fell as they knelt, and they were worshipping from afar. The waves of sound converged and shot into the sky, shaking the sky. That was the human emperor, the leader of the human race. What a dense imperial palace dragon chi! Du Xiaofu's eyes moved inwardly. There was a fluctuation of energy in his body that was forcefully suppressed. The imperial palace dragon chi on that figure was too dense. Du Xiaofu could see that it was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He had a majestic figure and a dignified temperament. His entire body was covered in imperial palace dragon chi, as if there was a golden dragon circling around him. This middle-aged man's cultivation level should be similar to the Beast Alliance's chief, but Du Xiaofu knew very well that as long as this middle-aged man was inside the Sage Palace, with the Imperial Palace Dragon Chi protecting him, even Yu Bull, Feng Wanran, and the others wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They might even be suppressed. In the void, the golden light was fading, revealing the human emperor's body. He floated in midair, and his majestic aura connected the heavens and the earth. It was clear that every move he made contained the power of the heavens and the earth, capable of suppressing everything. Rise! The human emperor spoke. His eyes were dignified, and golden light flickered. His figure slowly descended from the void and appeared on a high platform at the front of the seats. There was a golden dragon throne that was covered in mysterious talisman patterns. The human emperor sat on it. Only then did Yu Bull, Feng Wanran, and the other cultivators of the major forces and clans take their seats. Not far ahead, on the high platform behind the human emperor, there was another high platform. There were many seats arranged for the Saint Plain cultivators of the major forces and clans. After everyone took their seats, the old man in the yellow robe, who was surrounded by the Imperial Palace Dragon Chi, stood up. His body was trembling, but his eyes were bright as he looked up and down the square. At that moment, all the major clans, forces, and humans looked up with anticipation, awe, and excitement. On behalf of the Sage Palace, I announce that the competition for the next human emperor will now begin. The voice was old and faint, but it contained a formless majesty. It resounded through the void, and it was loud enough for the billions of beings present to hear clearly. Boom! Before these words were finished, the entire place was already filled with excited shouts, cheers, and shouts. They shot up into the sky and shook the 9 heavens. The yellow-robed old man faintly smiled as he gazed at the boiling crowd. He continued to speak. "Now, all the young supreme talents who are qualified to enter the arena!" His voice rang out. At that moment, amidst the deafening uproar, his voice still landed clearly in the ears of all the living beings in the square. Hearing the words of the old man in the yellow robe, many figures walked out from the major forces. Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing, Sun Qin, Yao Tianwu, and the others all looked up. Whoosh! Secretly glancing at Du Xiaofu, Yu Ming tapped the ground lightly, and his figure flew out. In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, he landed in the middle of a small square in front of the sage palace. After bowing to the human emperor, he swept his long sleeves and stood straight. His temperament was extraordinary, and his aura shook the void. Whoosh, whoosh! Immediately after, Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing, Yao Tianwu, Sun Qin, Jiang Yeting, and the others all flew into the sky. Their figures were either majestic or graceful, and they instantly appeared in the square. Lu Yunma and many other supreme beings also flew out from the various big families and powers and landed on the square. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on a young man in white. His eyes were deep and bright, and his temperament was extraordinary. He was also very handsome. This young man was a Nirvana supreme being from the Feng family. Du Xiaofu guessed that he should be the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Feng family, Feng Wucha. The whole square was in an uproar. They were all young supreme beings with boundless prospects. They were almost certain to become powerful experts. To be able to participate in the competition for the new human emperor, one had to be a supreme being on the heaven roll. This qualification was irrelevant to strength and cultivation. In order to select the human emperor, other than strength, one also needed the human emperor's personality. Lin Feng was also qualified. He had the title of a supreme being on the heaven roll. However, seeing that his master did not enter the square, Lin Feng did not move. He just stood behind Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2335. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Little Brother Rock, it's time for you to go on stage, Sun Bufan said to Sun Bufan. Sun Bufan spoke to Du Xiaofu, as though he really wanted to see Du Xiaofu go up on stage. Moreover, he was very clear that the person Lin Feng was truly following now was this young man. Okay, then I'll go up first. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. Under the gazes of countless people, he walked out at a leisurely pace. He walked step by step from his seat to the square. Seeing that his master was walking, Lin Feng naturally followed closely behind, either too fast nor too slow. The crowd was stunned. They looked at the pair of master and disciple in surprise. They felt that it was a little strange, but they couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. Although the others had directly landed on the square, there was no rule that said that they couldn't walk up. In the square, seeing Du Xiaofu walk over slowly, everyone was very surprised. Lu Yunma looked straight at Du Xiaofu. Her pink cheeks were a little stunned, but her eyes were shining. This guy was really strange. Lu Limo faintly glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was walking over. She stood there quietly, her beautiful figure outlined under her dress. Yu Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at Du Xiaofu, who was walking up. His eyes secretly flashed with coldness. Even the group of Saint Plain cultivators and Renhuangs looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. They were very curious. Of course, there were also Yu Bo and Yu Tianzi, who revealed a cold look in their eyes. The Renhuang was majestic. He looked at Du Xiaofu and slowly said to the crowd behind him, "Everyone, is this the young man called Rock? Yes, his talent is extraordinary and he seems to be very interesting," Feng Wanren said to the Renhuang with a smile. "Rock," the Renhuang murmured softly. His eyes were filled with golden light. At this moment, only he knew that when he looked at such a young man, there was a fluctuation in his heart for no reason. However, it disappeared immediately and no one could detect it. Finally, Du Xiaofu arrived at the square. But no one knew if it was intentional or not, but he stood right next to Lu Limo. "Kaka!" Yu Ming's eyes darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. Cracking sounds could be heard as his eyes darkened to the extreme. As Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng walked onto the square, the yellow-robed old man looked at the dozens of young supreme martial artists in the square, his gaze very amiable. They were the core of the human race in the future, and they would protect the entire human race. The voice sounded again. I'm sure you all know the rules of the competition, but I'll repeat it again. Whoever can get the recognition of the Renhuang seal will be the new Renhuang. The new Renhuang will shoulder the great responsibility of the human race and lead the human race to prosperity. His voice gradually became like thunder, reverberating through the void, resounding through the heavens, causing one's heart to tremble. These words also caused the gazes of the supreme talents present to turn solemn as their hearts surged. Now, let the Emperor's selection begin. The yellow-robed old man raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His expression became solemn and respectful as he said, Now, let's welcome the Renhuang seal. As his voice fell, the Renhuang seal stood up. His body was filled with golden light, and there was a faint fluctuation of a dragon around him. As he waved his sleeves, a flash of golden light shot up into the sky like a golden thunderbolt. Rumble! Rumble! In an instant, the heavens and the earth shook, the void trembled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire huge and magnificent sacred hall seemed to have come alive as the golden runes shone brightly. The golden thunderbolt shot up into the sky and went straight to the top of the sacred hall. Along with the lightning and thunder, it turned into a dazzling golden light. The golden light was boundless, as if a golden sun had appeared at the top of the sacred hall. It was like a golden divine radiance, covering the sky and the sun. The golden light was intertwined with the mysterious runes of the talismans. The golden light spread out like flowers and golden lightning. It hung in the air like a purple light curtain, covering the entire area around the sacred hall. Rumble! Rumble! As the golden light shot up into the sky, a vast and unparalleled pressure filled the space and froze it. The pressure was so vast that it caused the qi in everyone's body to stagnate. Their faces turned pale, and their legs trembled. Those who were weaker directly knelt on the ground to worship the Renhuang seal. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes to look at the sacred hall, which was filled with dazzling golden light. On his resolute face, his clear eyes began to flicker with golden light. The imperial palace's dragon qi, which had long merged with his body, was also fluctuating in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was very sure that the so-called Renhuang seal was similar to the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade seal and the new Buying seal that suppressed the imperial palace of the desolate nation. It was a precious treasure that gathered imperial qi and fate. There was no doubt that the Renhuang seal was of a much higher level than the Buying. There was a world of difference. The Buying had only been a new seal for a short time. Although it had absorbed the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade seal of the 8 nations and was reforged, it only suppressed one nation and gathered the fate of one nation. It was incomparable to the Renhuang seal that gathered the fate of the entire human race and suppressed the entire human race. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The Renhuang seal was a precious treasure, definitely a precious treasure. The Renhuang seal was in the sky, and its pressure filled the air, causing even the Supremes to tremble. Lu Limo, Yu Ming, the number 1 hero, Ji Qianxing, Sun Qin, and the others were also secretly nervous, but their eyes were filled with excitement and passion. Rumble! The whole place trembled, and the sacred hall shone. It was vast and ancient, incomparably sacred, and brilliant light filled the air. From above the sacred hall, mysterious talisman runes descended and poured out, appearing on the square. The mysterious talisman runes had an indescribable power that imprisoned the void and shrouded the surroundings like a curtain of light. This was a restriction seal that sealed the space and distorted the void. In a while, these young Supremes would attack, and some of them had the strength of the same realm. If there was no restriction seal, the square would be destroyed. Rumble! Under the Renhuang seal, a vast aura surged, and within the golden light, there seemed to be the fluctuation of a golden dragon. The vast aura fluctuated, and countless people looked up. The Renhuang seal could only be fought for by the Supremes. At this moment, those who could stand in the square to fight for the Renhuang seal had already proven their talents, and they were the cream of the crop, and were favored by the heavens. And the one who could fight for the Renhuang seal in the end and gain the recognition of the Renhuang seal would become the new emperor of the human race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of the human race, and also become the supreme emperor. Becoming the new emperor would be the focus of attention, and he would be respected by millions of people. The Renhuang seal was condensing, and his eyes emitted an unparalleled majesty that was vast and mighty. Roar! As the Renhuang seal condensed, from the top of the sacred hall, within the golden light of the Renhuang seal, the roar of a real dragon resounded, shaking the 9 heavens. Boom! In an instant, within the solidified restriction seal, an unparalleled pressure descended, as if 100,000 mountains were collapsing on the bodies of the Supremes. It made everyone feel as if they were trapped in a quagmire, unable to pull themselves out, and their hearts almost stopped beating. This kind of pressure had nothing to do with one's own strength, and it had nothing to do with the strength of each person. It was just that the stronger the talent, the weaker the pressure. What a strong pressure! Du Xiaofu secretly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. This kind of pressure came from the Imperial Palace's dragon aura, and it contained fate and was vast and unparalleled. Obtain the Renhuang seal and become the new emperor! The Renhuang spoke, but his voice came from the Renhuang seal on the top of the sacred hall. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking people's souls, and the pressure was impressive, connecting heaven and earth. Rumble! When the Renhuang's voice fell, a vast aura surged, and the celestial qi in all the young Supremes' bodies began to circulate. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, and one figure after another began to quickly leap into the sky. But it was only for a moment, and one figure after another wanted to rush to the top of the sacred hall to fight for the Renhuang seal. But just as they leaped out, a terrifying pressure swept over them, and a few of the weaker young Supremes fell to the ground like rain, each of them vomiting blood. That formless pressure was vast and unparalleled, like a huge mountain, and it crushed the depths of one's soul. They were not qualified enough to fight for the Renhuang seal. The young Supremes who rushed higher and higher were hit harder and harder. This was a provocation and disrespect to the Renhuang seal, and they were given a warning. Lu Yunma vomited blood and fell. She was also among them, and she had already lost her qualification before it even started. Lu Yunmo's eyes were filled with shock. She felt that the pressure was like a heavenly moat, and it was insurmountable. A few of the talented ones had already soared into the sky, but they began to stop after a short distance. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their faces were incomparably pale from the pressure. Under such pressure, they could no longer climb. Rise! Qian! Ji Qianxing spoke and leaped into the sky. His light red hair emitted brilliance, and his eyes were as clear as the stars. His entire person began to emit an extraordinary aura, and his body was suffused with light. A man in a golden robe followed closely behind. He was Ring Yuan from the Ren family, and he looked extraordinary. His expression was unruly, and his long eyelashes formed a shallow arc on his unruly face. His aura fluctuated around him, and an ancient aura rippled as he soared into the sky. Let's fight! Yao Tianwu stepped out. His body began to flow with a mysterious light, as if he was the son of a god. He stepped into the void, and a mysterious and ancient aura pervaded the air. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast. Especially his eyes, they were like 2 rotating stars. It was very terrifying. Feng Wuche from the Feng family followed closely behind. His aura fluctuated, and a storm appeared behind him. If one looked carefully, it was a pair of slightly illusory wings that spread out, as if bringing about a storm. It set off his entire person and made him look divine and elegant. The number 1 hero did not want to fall behind. His aura was unique, and his brilliance was dazzling. It was as if he was ascending to the heavens. Jian Yeting stepped out, and her long dress fluttered, as if she was untainted by the world. Her graceful and exquisite body emitted an invisible pressure that made people shudder. Among the crowd, Sun Qin also leaped into the sky. Her profound chi surged, and her dress fluttered in the wind. Her hair danced in the wind, and the outline of her face revealed an otherworldly aura. From her graceful body, there were dazzling talisman runes that were like divine flames that were pulsating. Lu Limo also moved. Her graceful figure swept across the sky, and her moving body outlined a seductive arc. Yu Ming glanced at Du Xiaofu with an unfriendly gaze. He followed closely behind Lu Limo, and the radiance on his body burned like divine flames. Rumble! The remaining supreme beings also began to soar into the sky. They wanted to reach the top of the sacred hall to fight for the human emperor's seal. Among the crowd, only Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng did not make any moves, which surprised everyone. "Go, and see how far you can go," Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. He also wanted to know how far Lin Feng could go. "Yes, master," Lin Feng nodded. With his age and state of mind, if it wasn't for his master, he would have long been unable to suppress the passion and excitement in his heart. Hearing his master's words, Lin Feng immediately soared into the sky. He wanted to compete with all the talented supreme beings. This was the greatest event of the human race. It was enough for him to be able to participate. It has begun! After the Lu family, the Lin family was fortunate enough to be able to stand on the small square and watch the event more clearly. Seeing Lin Feng soar into the sky, everyone from the Lin family was excited. They never thought that one day, a disciple of the Lin family would be able to participate in such a grand event. At this moment, the disciple of the Lin family, Lin Feng, was competing with all the young talents of the human race. This alone was enough to bring glory to the Lin family and make their name known everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble! All the supreme beings soared into the sky. Their auras were vast, and their radiance was dazzling. In the square, hundreds of millions of eyes were trembling. Their voices shook the 9 heavens, and they were boiling to the extreme. But soon, some of the talented and weak young supreme beings vomited blood and retreated. Some directly fell, unable to step forward. "The pressure is too strong!" Some of the supreme beings were discouraged. The higher they went, the more powerful the pressure was. They were not talented enough and did not even have the qualifications to get close to the human emperor's seal. Only a true supreme being could compete for the human emperor's seal. Although they were all supreme being talents, there were still differences between them. Moreover, those with supreme being talents might not necessarily be able to achieve supreme being nirvana. Moreover, there was a natural difference between supreme being nirvana. Greater supreme being nirvana and perfect nirvana were not comparable to lesser supreme being nirvana. Therefore, whether one was a dragon or a worm, the human emperor's seal was the best test. The experts of the various families and forces held their breaths and clenched their fists. To them, they were more nervous than the young supreme beings who were competing under the human emperor's seal. "Brother Rin Yuan, you can do it! Sister Sun Qin, you must succeed!" Some of the younger disciples of the various forces and clans were also cheering for the leaders of their respective forces and clans. Their voices soared into the sky. "What's going on? That Rock Emperor doesn't seem to have made a move. That guy, could it be that he can't reach the top at all? Those with supreme talent may not necessarily be able to get close to the human emperor's seal. I reckon that Rock Emperor is afraid of Yu Ming, so he doesn't dare to go up." At this moment, aside from the supreme talents who hadn't fallen, only the Rock Emperor hadn't moved at all. He had been standing in place all this time. In front of the magnificent temple, golden light was dazzling, sacred and majestic. Silhouettes continued to fall from the sky, but there were also many extraordinary silhouettes ascending higher and higher. On the square, millions of gazes were blazing, and their blood was boiling. Boom! The terrifying pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Even Lu Limo, Yu Ming, Sun Qin, and the others started to slow down. Boom! Some of the young supreme martial artists who could still persevere had already started to activate their martial veins and meridian spirits. Rumble! There were also spiritual roots that surged with power, trying to force their way up. Roar! Above the temple, golden light was boundless. Occasionally, there was the sound of a dragon's roar. The golden light fluctuated, and it seemed to contain a mysterious power. The mist was thick, and the divine splendor flickered, as if it could suppress all living things. Pfft! Lin Feng also began to vomit blood. His body was already covered with mysterious runes. His whole body emitted a faint purple-gold color, and there were electric arcs flashing. Around his body, there was a dragon's shadow circling, and a ferocious bird spreading its wings. It was extremely mysterious. Although Lin Feng is young, his body is so mysterious and vast, a sage realm expert said. He was very curious about Lin Feng. Such a supreme talent was extraordinary, and his body seemed to contain a huge secret. It was very profound. He was only at the martial emperor realm, but he was able to follow Ji Qianxing, Rin Yuan, and the others, which surprised him. Lin Feng's physical body is very mysterious and powerful. He's using his physical body to resist the pressure of the human emperor's qi, Feng Wanran said. His eyes shone. He had seen some clues. Lin Feng was actually using his physical body to resist the pressure of the human emperor's qi. Sun Ke smiled. This disciple was really shameless. He had surpassed many of the Sun family's supreme beings, and was only below Sun Qing. This was a big gain. There were originally dozens of supreme talents, but now there were only 20 or so left. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller. They had already reached the center of the temple, and the pressure had increased by another level. Go down! Suddenly, there was a terrifying aura in the void. Some of the supreme talents began to attack others. Rumble! Suddenly, there were many figures on the verge of breaking out. A mighty energy directly collided and swept out, shaking the void violently. All kinds of martial veins and meridian spirits were agitated. There were also spiritual talisman masters who activated the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. Roar! Above the void, there was a beast's roar, and it was inexplicably shocking. Swish! Suddenly, the void fluctuated, and an invisible energy wave surged out, turning into a terrifying energy hurricane. It descended from the void, as if it had turned into a void black hole, and was about to envelop Lin Feng in an instant. Under such an attack, with Lin Feng's cultivation of the martial emperor realm, he was not even affected. Yu Ming, what are you doing? Sun Qin's figure appeared in the void above Lin Feng. Her charming face looked cold, and a mighty aura surged. She raised her hand and a palm print shot out like lightning, resisting the energy attack. Humph, if you're not strong enough, why should I keep you alive? The one who had just attacked was Yu Ming. At this moment, he still had no intention of holding back. He was not in a hurry to ascend the temple, but continued to attack Lin Feng. He punched out his arm and swept towards Lin Feng. This was a member of the Lin family. Yu Ming wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate him, and this was the perfect opportunity. This is a member of the Sun family. How dare you! Sun Qin shouted. Within her graceful body, the mysterious runes on the surface of her body shone, turning into a terrifying power to protect her body. She condensed the handprint, and a long sword appeared in front of her. This was the Sun family's magical technique, and it blocked Yu Ming. The palm print and the sword light collided, and a blazing light burst out. The mysterious runes on the talisman shattered, and cracks appeared in the void. Pfft! Lin Feng spat out blood. He had just been affected. His strength was too low, and he could not withstand it. He fell down. Chapter 2336. Du Xiaofu raised his hand, shook his arm, and pulled Lin Feng's falling body in front of him. Lin Feng stood up, his face pale. His injuries were not light, but they were not serious either. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at Yu Ming, who had already reached the waist of the sacred palace. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yu Ming was trying to kill Lin Feng. Puchi! Another few young supremes fell. At this moment, other than Yu Ming, Sun Qin, the number one hero, Yao Tianwu, Ren Yuan, and Lu Limo, there were not many people left. Lin Feng had no chance to continue. Sun Qin's expression was cold, but she did not continue to be in a deadlock with Yu Ming. Humph! Yu Ming snorted coldly. He did not succeed in killing Lin Feng, and he was extremely unhappy. However, he did not continue to pursue. It was as he had imagined. Lin Feng had joined the Sun family, and it would not be easy to kill him on the spot. However, as long as he became the new human emperor, it would not be a problem to deal with a small Lin Feng in the future. Obtaining the human emperor's seal was the most important thing. Bang bang! However, Yu Ming vented the displeasure in his heart on the several young supreme martial artists beside him at this moment. With a wave of his hand, dazzling runes burst out, and the terrifying energy caused huge waves to appear in the space. The power was so overwhelming that it shook one's soul. At this moment, those who could step into the void were all seeds of supremes. They were all at the peak of their generation. However, these people were no match for Yu Ming, and several of them were immediately blasted down. Yu Ming seemed to have some scruples, but there was no hatred. He only blasted these people down, and did not use too much force. After all, behind these young supremes were the major clans and forces. Even if he became the new human emperor in the future, he still had to be careful. Rumble! Rumble! The young supreme's continuous attacks caused the void to tremble, and terrifying waves of air burst out. In the square and the small square seats in front of the sacred palace, countless people raised their heads and looked at the void in front of the sacred palace. At this moment, the strongest group of extraordinary young people in the human race were fighting for the human emperor's seal. The new human emperor would be born among them. So strong! Some people clenched their fists, and their hearts trembled. From the looks of it, only the few of them are capable of competing. An elder from a big family was secretly shocked. He could see that only Yu Ming, the number one hero, Lu Limo and a few others were qualified to compete for the human emperor's seal. I wonder who will succeed in the end. Will there be a dark horse? It seemed that only Yu Ming and the others were qualified, especially Yu Ming. However, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. After all, strength was very important in the competition for the human emperor's seal, but it wasn't absolute. Everyone in the square stared at the confrontation in front of the divine temple with trembling eyes, afraid that they would miss any exciting scene in the battle between these young sovereigns. Seething cheers erupted and resounded through the sky. Too strong, Yu Ming, Sun Qin, Lu Limo, they are all too strong! Many people in the crowd were so excited that they clenched their fists. Their eyes were trembling. The difference in strength between them was too great. Looks like Yu Ming has the best chance of winning. Some people had been paying attention to Yu Ming. At this moment, Yu Ming was already in the lead. Finally, other than Yu Ming, Sun Qin, Lu Limo, Feng Wuche and the other leaders of the big families, there were no other young sovereigns in the void in front of the divine temple. In the void, there was a strange atmosphere. The number one hero, Ren Yuan, Sun Qin, Feng Wuche, Yao Tianwu, Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing and Jian Yeting were all looking at Yu Ming. There was no doubt that whoever was in the lead would be the common opponent of everyone. Shoo! Lu Limo immediately made her move. Her slender hand formed a seal, and a sword light materialized and slashed towards Yu Ming. The sword light broke through the sky like a thunderbolt. Although she had yet to recover from her injuries, Lu Limo's strength was still terrifying. Although Yu Ming was high up, he was still obstructed by the sword light. Talisman runes surged out from his body, and he met the sword light with his fist. His aura was shocking, and he blocked Lu Limo's sword light. Roar! At this moment, Feng Wuche also made his move against Yu Ming. The pair of wings behind him formed a windstorm, and it turned into a white giant lion. It was majestic, as if it was stepping on the windstorm, and it shrouded Feng Wuche's body. At this moment, Feng Wuche's aura skyrocketed, as if he could look down on all his opponents in the world. He then charged towards Yu Ming. Roar! The number one hero made his move at the same time. He waved his hand, and his body shone brightly. The shadow of a giant dragon appeared around him, and it swept towards Yu Ming with a monstrous aura. Rumble! Sun Qin, Jiang Yeting, Ji Qianxing, Yao Tianwu, and Ring Yuan did not want to be left behind. They attacked Yu Ming together, and they wanted to stop him. Everyone knew that Yu Ming was the strongest. Lu Limo had yet to recover from her injuries, and no one could stop Yu Ming alone. Several young primes attacked together, and the terrifying power was about to overturn the world. It was as if there was an endless amount of power. Runes intertwined, and dazzling light spread across the sky. Yu Ming's expression changed. With so many people attacking at the same time, he did not dare to be careless. He attacked with all his might, and he used his secret technique. It was as if he had brought a part of the world down to block them. Rumble! Boom! The sky in front of the divine temple shook violently as if it was about to shatter. They are too strong! They are all the top 10 masters on the heaven list! Boom! Countless eyes were fixed on the shocking battle, and it was simply thrilling. Dang dang! Yu Ming staggered in the energy wave, and he was pushed back. His face was gloomy, as if he had suffered a great loss. So many people were targeting him at the same time. Boom! The void was vast, and light shone brightly. Sun Qin, Lu Limo, and the number 1 hero had surrounded Yu Ming in a formation. They want to work together to get rid of the biggest threat, Sun Family's Sun Bufan said. These young primes did not have a prior agreement, but at this moment, none of them wanted Yu Ming to succeed, and they wanted to work together to stop him. You want to work together? Yu Ming looked around, and his eyes were like lightning, and his expression was gloomy. Fighting for the human emperor's seal, there is no need to work together. The one who is fated will get it. The number 1 hero immediately made his move. His silhouette pounced forward, bringing with it a sea of resplendent talisman inscriptions that resembled a dazzling tide. It had to be said that the number 1 hero was very strong. His lightning-like attack was swift, fierce, and domineering. Sun Qin followed closely behind. Yu Ming had just attacked Lin Feng, and she would not be polite at this moment. Within her beautiful body, a terrifying energy wave spread out, accompanied by a shocking pressure. The terrifying power was shocking, and it caused the surrounding space to collapse. Spatial cracks spread out, and swept towards Yu Ming. Chapter 2337. Ren Yuan attacked, condensing supreme beast energy. Dazzling runes burst out, and violent energy swept out, causing the void to rumble. Ji Qianxing, Jiang Yeting, and the others followed closely behind, attacking together. A group of the top young supreme beasts of the human race were now jointly attacking and blocking Yu Ming, shocking everyone. In front of the sacred palace, in the Yu family seats, everyone's expression was not good, and they were also very serious. Rumble! Several powerful and terrifying attacks swept out, enveloping Yu Ming, and exploded in an instant. Walala! All kinds of runes shattered, and the void exploded. Cracks were torn in the void, and heaven and earth trembled. A large area of the void directly turned into a vacuum, and energy drowned everything. Where is Yu Ming? Everyone was stunned, and everyone's hearts were in their throats for Yu Ming. With so many top supreme beasts attacking together, even a saint-level cultivator would have to avoid them. Yu Ming would not be able to resist. Yu Ming should have had the best chance, but he was too arrogant, causing everyone to block him and attack him together, someone said. If Yu Ming was not so arrogant, he would have had the best chance, and would not have attracted the joint attack of so many supreme beasts. Behind the Rehuang, Yu Bull's eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His expression was calm, and there was not much worry, as if he was confident. The void shattered, and dazzling runes spread out in the sky, so dazzling that it was difficult to see. When the terrifying energy slowly dissipated, everyone's eyes fell on the void where Yu Ming was just now. The vacuum there was slowly recovering, and a dazzling light gradually emerged from it. It was extremely dazzling, and divine splendor rippled. The light became more and more dazzling, flickering in millions of eyes, and a majestic figure was revealed. His body was covered by an ancient divine armor, and the runes emitted the most dazzling divine splendor. The terrifying aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and the figure was like a god in the sky. This divine armor was very strange. It was not a material object, but it looked even more solid than a material object. It was like a crystal, but it also had a jade-like luster. Ancient talisman patterns flowed within it like blood. From the divine armor, the ancient aura was incomparably vast, as if it was channeling the power of heaven and earth. Faintly, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard, causing the void to be vast and mighty. In the depths of the sky, arcs of lightning the size of an arm shuttled back and forth, connecting with the divine armor. It was a shocking sight that caused one's heart to tremble. "It's Yu Ming, he's fine!" Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After being surrounded by so many young supreme beings, Yu Ming was actually completely unharmed. Tianyuan Divine Armor. Yu Ming can already condense the Tianyuan Divine Armor. When that figure appeared, it was as if a deity had descended from the sky. Everyone in the seats before the sacred hall was moved, and some of them were shocked. Even the human emperor's eyes flickered at this moment. The Tianyuan Divine Armor is the symbol of the Yu family's cultivators in the Saint Plane. Yu Ming has not set foot in the Saint Plane, but he can already condense it. "Unbelievable!" whispered an elder from a great force. The Tianyuan Divine Armor was the symbol of the Yu family's cultivators in the Saint Plane. Only the Yu family's cultivators could condense it, and it was the ultimate evolution of their martial veins. Has Yu Ming already set foot in the Saint Plane? Some strong cultivators were shocked and secretly guessed that Yu Ming had already reached such a terrifying level and secretly set foot in the Saint Plane, becoming the #1 person of the younger generation. The people in the seats of the great clans and forces began to look serious. That was the Tianyuan Divine Armor. They knew what it meant. Yu Ming seemed to have not set foot in the Saint Plane, but he had condensed the terrifying Tianyuan Divine Armor. What a strong pressure. Is that a divine weapon? In the square, some people were shocked, and their souls trembled. The divine armor shone brightly, and the pressure was vast and mighty. It seemed to be able to affect the martial veins in the body, making people want to kneel. In the fight for the human emperor's seal, no external objects or forces can be used. That is the Tianyuan Divine Armor condensed by the Yu family's Tianyuan martial veins. It is said that the Tianyuan Divine Armor is the symbol of the Yu family's cultivators in the Saint Plane. In the past, an ancestor of the Yu family was besieged by strong cultivators of the same level from the three beast alliances, but he condensed the Tianyuan Divine Armor and killed one of the strong cultivators of the beast alliance. He severely injured the other two and escaped unscathed. Whispered an elder, revealing the origin of the Tianyuan Divine Armor. The Yu family was definitely qualified to have their current status in the human clan. Yu Bo smiled, and his face was bright. He knew that these people would besiege him, but he had already prepared a trump card. The Yu family had prepared for so many years for this day. In order to let Yu Ming condense the Tianyuan Divine Armor, the Yu family paid a huge price, but it was all worth it. The position of human emperor fell into the Yu family's hands today. Yu Ming was in the air, looking around at the young supremes who had faintly surrounded him. His eyes were like thunder, bursting with a dazzling light. The Tianyuan Divine Armor shrouded him, and his might was vast and mighty. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. At this moment, Yu Ming was in the air, and his divine power was dazzling. The #1 hero, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Ji Qianxing, Feng Wuche, Jian Yeting, Sun Qin, and Lu Limo were shrouded in light. They looked at Yu Ming, and their eyes flickered with light. Their expressions were solemn. "I knew that you would join forces, but it's useless. You can't compete with me." Yu Ming looked around at the #1 hero and the others, and his expression was confident and proud. He had waited for so many years for this day. He had been preparing since he was born. Today, he would shine on the entire human clan, and he would be peerless in this generation. The #1 hero, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianxing, Jian Yeting, and the others secretly looked at each other. Tianyuan divine armor, but you haven't stepped into the saint realm. Do you really think you can suppress all of us? The number one hero spoke, and his voice was clear. When his voice fell, his body erupted with light, and mysterious runes covered his body. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the void above his head, like a heavenly drum being hammered. Then, 7 divine rings appeared in the void, spreading dazzling light as if they were alive. Roar! At the same time, a golden tiger appeared in front of the number one hero as if it was alive. It looked like it was about to pounce. The tiger roared in the sky, and its energy was like a golden wave rushing in all directions. At this moment, the number one hero was like a war god who had descended from the sky. Runes flowed, and the aura of the pinnacle of the undying realm burst out to the extreme. Golden-eyed heavenly tiger, supreme power, pinnacle of the undying realm. This is the true strength of the number one hero. The crowd was shocked. Golden-eyed heavenly tiger's meridian spirit, supreme nirvana, 7 divine rings, pinnacle of the undying realm. This was the true strength of the number 3 hero on the heaven list. A woo! Rumble! Following closely behind the number 1 hero, the surrounding void beasts roared like thunder, and the sound of the heavens did not stop. Divine rings glowed like divine fire in the sky, appearing in the sky, vast and mighty. The meridian spirits that were like living creatures roared like thunder, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. There was a divine bird in the sky, and its voice pierced through gold and cracked stone. Its body was like a dark cloud, and its aura made people's hearts tremble. The aura of ferocious beasts spread out, causing the vast surroundings to tremble violently. Everywhere was filled with the aura of the Supreme Beast clan. Under such pressure, the whole place was silent, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The meridian spirits in their bodies were suppressed by the pressure. These beasts were like living creatures. Any one of them was from the Supreme Beast clan, and they were the meridian spirits of these young Supreme Beasts. There were 6 divine rings in the sky, and they were filled with dazzling light, enveloping the figures. They were like the sun in the sky, and their light was so dazzling that people could not look directly at them, causing the entire vast world to be filled with light. At this moment, Jian Yating, Sun Qin, Rin Yuan, and the other young Supreme Beasts activated their meridian spirits, martial veins, and sovereign strength. They did not hold back their undying and indestructible auras, and each of them was like a god descending to the world. Their auras filled the world, and they looked down on the world. Such a terrifying aura shook the heavens, and the visual impact was like that of a legend. Lu Limo had yet to recover from her injuries, but she was still the most dazzling at this moment. Above her head, there were 9 divine rings burning in the sky, and they occupied half of the void. The sound of the heavens was vast and mighty, and it was like a heavenly drum being hammered. It made everyone tremble in fear, and the surrounding divine rings did not dare to compete with it. Light filled the air, and a graceful figure appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, Lu Limo's face was cold and enchanting. Her eyes were calm, and the aura of the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm was even stronger than the number 1 hero. Oh my God! This is the Supreme Beast fighting for glory! Inside and outside the square, billions of figures trembled in fear. At that moment, the lineage souls and the resplendent figures all contained an endless amount of majesty. Such a battle could only be seen in the fight for the human emperor's seal. At this moment, even the yellow-robed old man and the other person beside the human emperor were secretly shocked. This batch of young Supreme Beasts was extraordinary. If they could all grow up, the human race would be able to take another step forward. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly, and he was also interested. These young Supreme Beasts were indeed not simple, and they were not inferior to the young Supreme Beasts of the Beast Alliance. It was no wonder that the Beast Alliance did not dare to invade the human race. From the strength and talent of these young Supreme Beasts, one could roughly understand the foundation of the human race. Looks like you guys have not been idle all these years. Yu Ming looked at the figures around him who were not holding back at all. His eyes shone brightly. All these years, none of them had been slacking off. They had all been cultivating diligently in preparation for this day. If he did not have any trump cards up his sleeves, he might not be able to stand up against these people today. Now, do you still think that you can suppress us? The number 1 elite asked. He knew that he might not be able to stop Yu Ming alone, but with so many people at the top of the heaven leaderboard joining forces, even a true Nirvana Realm Supreme would have to retreat. Who below the Saint Realm could resist them? Then you can try, Yu Ming said, and he seemed to be confident. Then I'll try. Yes, Yao Tianwu said, and his hair fluttered. The sacred bird meridian spirit in front of him flapped its wings and shook the sky. His figure was like lightning, and his aura was vast and mighty. The vision in the sky shrouded Yu Ming. Yao Tianwu is also very strong, and he doesn't seem to be much weaker than the number 1 elite. The surrounding people were secretly amazed by Yao Tianwu's strength. Rumble! Rumble! Awu! As Yao Tianwu made his move, the figures of the 9 Heavens Supremes began to move too. Terrifying auras of the 9 Heavens Supremes burst out. At this moment, all the Supreme Beasts used their full strength to suppress Yu Ming, fight for the Human Emperor's seal, and eliminate their biggest opponent. At this moment, no one held back, and they used their full strength. Yu Ming was everyone's target, and no one could do anything to him alone. Too strong, too terrifying. Yes. Those are the real supreme beasts, dragons and phoenixes among men, and each of them is incomparably powerful. Yes. Inside and outside the square, hundreds of millions of eyes were dumbfounded, and they were trembling with fear. Through the distorted void, there was no leakage of energy, but they could still feel the terror and strength of those supreme beasts. In front of the sacred palace, the supreme beasts fought for glory, and their auras were terrifying. At this moment, these young supreme beasts activated countless great techniques and great magical powers, and their meridian spirits were vast and mighty, and their energy was monstrous, shocking everyone. At this moment, even the experts of the major families in the seats were secretly trembling when they saw the strength of these young supreme beasts. Some experts were secretly worried for Yu Ming. With so many supreme beasts attacking with their full strength, Yu Ming seemed to be able to withstand it with his own strength. The fight for the Human Emperor's seal is very intense this time. Beside the Human Emperor, the yellow-robed elder who was surrounded by the Imperial Palace's dragon aura could not help but whisper at this moment. He had seen the fight for the Human Emperor's seal more than once, but it was the first time he saw so many supreme beasts attacking one person together. Rumble! In front of the sacred palace, the runes spread out brilliantly, and there was a real roar in the void, which was vast and mighty, as if the void was going to be overturned. That kind of direct confrontation made one's blood boil just by looking at it. At the same time, everyone could not help but gasp for Yu Ming. The strength of these young supreme beasts was too shocking, and their strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Yao Tianwu, the number 1 hero, Ji Qianxing, Feng Wuche, and the others attacked together, and used all their strength to stop Yu Ming. As you wish then. Yu Ming was in the sky, and his expression became fierce, and the aura on his body rose. His aura was domineering, and it seemed to have an invincible aura, which made people's hearts tremble. This is my true strength, and I will suppress all of you. At the same time, Yu Ming shouted, and a brilliant light was released. The mysterious runes of the heavenly origin divine armor on the surface of his body surged, and in the void behind him, 8 divine rings appeared, and even a 9th divine ring appeared, but its light was dim, as if it was going to be extinguished. However, it continued to emit a faint light, and a terrifying aura suddenly descended on this part of the sky. At this moment, Yu Ming did not hold back, and his aura was vast and mighty in the sacred palace, and it rushed to the sky. Sage-to-be, Yu Ming has reached the Sage-to-be level! In the seats in front of the sacred palace, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. It turned out that Yu Ming had reached the Sage-to-be level. Yu Ming's nirvana power is increasing, and he is close to the Grand Supreme Nirvana. An elder was shocked. Although there were precedents of a supreme nirvana power increasing, it was too rare. Any increase in a supreme nirvana was not only a great increase in strength, but also a great improvement in one's comprehension. Yu Ming originally only had 8 divine rings, and although the 9th divine ring was dim, it was not extinguished, which meant that he had reached the sage to be level. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.